We can get started in just a few seconds if you're. And I didn't even get the agenda pulled up here. Okay, it's 5 o'clock. We can begin the meeting of the Community Unit School District 303 Learning and Teaching Committee for February 16th, 2021. And we will begin with citizen comments. We have a number of citizen comments, so I am going to ask that people keep their comments as brief as they can and within the 3-minute timeline, because the organization that's going to be presenting to us tonight has to begin their presentation at 5:30, and they have another commitment afterwards. So we're going to go until 5:30 with comments, and hopefully we can get them all in. If we cannot get them all in, then we'll have to take those after. I believe we can take them after the presenters have gone. So first up for comment is Jake Stewart.
Mr. McMahon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot our preamble.
I'll read this while you're walking up.
He can.
The school code provides for a public comment period at each board meeting, subject to reasonable constraints. The practice of this board is to limit public comment to 3 minutes per speaker to a total of 30 minutes at the beginning of this meeting. Speakers addressing the board are expected to maintain a reasonable level of civility. Also, personnel matters are sensitive and confidential. Comments regarding individuals should be respectful. Insults and defamatory remarks have no place in this setting. The board will terminate public comment if speakers cannot adhere to these guidelines. Please identify yourself at the beginning of your remarks.
And I apologize in my haste to move us along. First comment is by Jake Stewart, and the topic is deep equity.
My name is Jake Stewart, and I'm an instructional coach at East High, and my pronouns are he, him. I am thankful for these 3 minutes in order to speak to you about my views and hundreds of teachers who share my views on how significantly our district needs equity work. This talk and the initiative that has brought me here tonight is the first step of that journey. The decision ahead of you either emboldens us to walk further or renders us inert. Tonight, you will see student performance data presented to you across all levels. As educators and board members, we must care about the success of every student. Our shortcomings are not in our care or our desire for students to succeed. Our shortcomings are in our inaction, often due to our own implicit biases that are so ingrained in our culture that we are ignorant of their presence. This inaction means that each day, 1/4 of our student body faces a curriculum and a community that is blind and deaf to their needs and experiences. Over the course of these weeks, I'm sure you have heard alarmist notions that voting yes to the district plan to seek training and guidance from Corwin's Deep Equity will lead to shaming and guilt, as well as take focus away from academic learning. These notions and their sources are misguided in how this change would come and what it will do when we embrace it. One need look no further than the high school DNF report broken down by ethnicity to see that there is a large population of our students we are not serving as we should. These numbers, which should serve as a call to action, are mimicked throughout each grade level and skill assessment district-wide. This data shows that we are in need of change and healing. And to continue the medical analogy, just as the doctor could never perform surgery on themselves, neither can we make this shift without an audit and training from practitioners who have done this work and seen it succeed. We need deep equity. Here we find ourselves in Black History Month. And a few short days ago, we celebrated Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And while I would generally choose a quote from James Baldwin or one of the other many Black leaders whose words are voiceless in our curriculum, I can't help but hear these specific words from MLK's letter from a Birmingham jail. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the great stumbling block in our stride toward freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers the negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. Who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but cannot agree with your methods of direct action. Your upcoming vote is your opportunity for direct action. Look around this room and the voices that are present. More importantly, the voices that lack representation. In the moment that you render your decision, you are either giving a voice to our BIPOC families and students, or you continuing to marginalize and silence their voices.
Thank you. And next up is Elissa Ignash, and again, the topic is deep equity.
My name is Elissa Ignash. The Deep Equity staff is here to say how well this program is working everywhere else, and that is simply not true. In May of 2019, the Washington Post quoted educators from a Deep Equity training as saying, "The training is a catalyst for hate and division, and that educators feel unsafe sharing out of fear of being attacked." A Jewish superintendent who spoke of her family's Holocaust tragedies was scolded and humiliated in front of her colleagues. She was told by a peer, "This is about Black and brown boys of color only." This experience did not create a safe place for her. In fact, she stated she was traumatized. In the same article, Darnisa Amante, the president and co-founder of Deep Equity, defined racial equity as favoring Black children regardless of their socioeconomic status. Ms. Amante was also quoted as saying that educators will need to name your privilege daily. The president of the New York City Parents Union, a Black woman, was appalled. She was quoted as saying, "They want to treat Black students as victims and punish white students. That defeats the purpose of what bias awareness training should be." Just 2 months ago in Clark County, Nevada, a lawsuit has been filed by a biracial student in federal court against the school, its officials, the teachers, and administrators. The lawsuit is a result of the intentional constitutional violations inflicted on students who are subjected to instruction of critical race theory in the public school system. It reads that this program is violating civil rights with this mandatory indoctrination of the entirely offensive curriculum. It is a trickle-down effect of the Deep Equity program. At Perry High School in Arizona, parents groups organized, teachers contacted human resources, and board meetings were characterized as hostile in the months following the Deep Equity training. A Perry High School history teacher quoted his training material as follows, that white members in our community should acknowledge our inevitable privilege and racism. He continued to say this of his experience. This program pushes a divisive and destructive message that pits us against each other. Anxiety continued to grow with the release of Dr. Howard's essay titled How We Are White. The piece expresses that if you are born white, you are inextricably tied to privilege and inadvertently racist with no exceptions. Less than 2 years after spending nearly $500,000, the program and the use of its materials has been discontinued at Perry High School. I've printed out Dr. Howard's essay for each of the board members. And most recently, in January of 2021, on the Corwin website, under Resources for Educators, you can find an explanation of the horrific attack on our nation's capital as being carried out by, and I quote, "an angry mob of domestic terrorists and white supremacists." This carelessly inaccurate explanation has since been modified on the website, but I have printed the page for you to see firsthand. And I'm asking you, why would any program that is supposed to promote bias awareness be giving direction like this to educators in our country? I will always fully support equality and inclusion and positive communication. This program is not that. We are asking that the board step back from the proposal of this controversial program that is not succeeding everywhere else in the country. We as parents and taxpayers have valid concerns about the divisiveness that Deep Equity program has a precedent for creating in other schools, and we do not want it for our children.
Thank you very much. And Next up is Sherry Wright, and again, the topic is deep equity.
Buenas tardes, estoy aquí para presentar información sobre el currículo de nuestro distrito. Right now, many of you might be feeling a little uncomfortable, a little uncertain, like what just happened. Well, fortunately, you know what just happened. I have an advantage that you don't. I speak Spanish. This advantage is really clear at this moment, but there are many advantages that people have that are not so clear. My name is Sherry Wright. I have been a resident of St. Charles for over 20 years. I have two children that went to Richmond, Thompson, and East and had a wonderful education. One is now a teacher herself in elementary school, and the other is at U of I. During this time, I have witnessed a lot of community growth and change. I remember when I was a parent and I would stand out at Richmond, and the Spanish-speaking parents would flock around me in a circle, show me the papers that their teachers or the district or the school had given them that they didn't understand. Now our district has translators. That's growth. Was it easy? No, it was challenging. It was difficult. Change is not always easy. In fact, it can be messy and confusing, but it is critical. When I go to vote, and trust me, I vote every election that I can since I was 18, I haven't missed anything. When I go to vote, I think about the men that 100 years ago had to decide it was okay for a woman like me to vote. That wasn't easy. That took courage. That took guts. That took self-reflection, and it was change that was positive. Today, I stand before you and ask you to embrace change here in District 303. I respectfully ask that we adopt a curriculum on equity, such as deep equity. Here's an example of why we need this. Some feel that saying we don't see color equates with not being racist. However, not recognizing that we are different gives a sense that something is wrong with looking or being different and having different experiences and different perspectives. We do see color, and all shades are beautiful. Let us embrace new understanding of equity at looking at race, ethnicity, religion, the LGBTQ plus community, socioeconomic status, abilities, and all that makes us unique and special. In addition to being a resident of St. Charles, I have been a teacher in this district for 17 years. So I come to you today with a great request. Please adopt a curriculum on equity, such as deep equity for D303. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Okay, thank you. And next up, we have Kathleen Granzik, and the topic is reopen school.
Jake and Alyssa and Sherry, I'm going to come right down the middle between all of them. So my name is Kathleen Granzik Huber. I am a North and Red Lane parent. I'm also the administrator of the Reopen D303 Schools Group. And I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I am going to read some comments from parents because Frankie has asked me to. So I know deep equity is a big subject for many today and has been for a while. I believe in the value of these programs, but my focus is not on that today. When the DNF numbers are doubling and tripling, and in some cases quadrupling in the middle schools, and our COVID rate remains under 1% active cases and our schools are not fully opened, that tells me we don't have the basics right yet. And we really should be focusing on getting our schools opening, maximizing that teacher-student in-person learning time. I'm going to read several comments from parents in the district, but want to start with the ask in case I run over. I want to challenge the board. Our group would really like to challenge the board to go back to the original hybrid program and dust it off and see what the barriers to success would be for this program. We have 900 D303 parents. It runs the gamut on how much they want to open, but generally they just don't want to be in school only 2 half days a week. Separately, We really need to give seniors the option of being in person with their teachers 5 days a week. I don't think the numbers would get that high. I think it would be a huge benefit. They've earned it. They deserve it. Their classes are more specific and have, more complexities, and they're about to go to college. So those are the two asks, and here are the comments. Okay, first parent. My junior absolutely loves band. She is in jazz and wind ensemble. She is now thinking of quitting, and if this goes on much longer, I'm so sad. Next parent. Please tell the senior, I think it's super, that I have a freshman that is very sad and lonely right now. Being a freshman in a new school, he has not been able to be in school enough to make friends. He only has a few kids in class. They are so isolated. He hasn't been able to make any new friends at all this year. Right now, he just sits in his room 23 hours a day. He said that if he had in-person clubs and have lunch with plexiglass, so that's, think outside the box, perhaps, that maybe he could finally make friends. Next parent, same story here. I have a senior who has total lack of motivation to go to school right now. He went for the hybrid program at the beginning, but doesn't want to go anymore. This is very similar to my nephew, who went hybrid and then went back fully remote. Depression and zero energy. I'm sorry. I have 20 comments here, but anyway, there's one in here. I really want someone to follow up with me because she really needs a social worker and has emailed a teacher. And so, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
And
much.
please consider the ask.
And next up is Elizabeth Vanderwood, and it's on equity.
Good evening. I am Dr. Elizabeth Vanderwood, an instructional coach at Thompson Middle School and a taxpaying community member of D303. As the issue of equity has been a topic of discussion at the board, school, staff, and community levels, I have listened carefully to the differing, often opposing views. I have heard those who dismiss this work and those who are begging for it to begin. Each person and group have perspectives that matter because each and all of them make up the larger D303 community. My perspective is that of an instructional coach. Every year, there are data worth celebrating: graduation rates, amounts of students who meet or exceed standards on standardized tests, national merit honors, AP scores and numbers, and many, many more. There is also data which reveals challenges we cannot ignore. It is as important that we address areas of need as we celebrate and take pride in areas of success. Over the 10 years I have worked in this district, I have witnessed us take on difficult issues, take action, work to solve them, and this is the important part, together. Our current and past data clearly shows discrepancies in both growth and achievement levels with students of non-majority races, ethnicities, lower socioeconomic status, native languages other than English, and special needs. It is my job as an instructional coach to ask questions about these discrepancies, which include the following. What groups of students achieve success with our current practices? What groups of students do not experience the same success, and why? Which specific practices, programs, and resources make or enable some students to be successful and not others? Which specific practices, programs, and resources could help raise the success of students who historically have not experienced the same success as other students with different demographics? These are the questions that ground educational K-12 equity work. These questions, when honestly and transparently addressed and answered, can result in every student being provided an equal effective education. Student success depends on threefold partnership: student, parent, school. As a public school district, we are responsible for the education of all students. Therefore, we must ask questions about why some of our students are not achieving and succeeding, what our role is in that, and how we can improve. We can begin by first holding ourselves accountable. This work does not involve a lowering of standards. It does not mean a mandatory curriculum in which all white teachers and students must admit privilege and racist ideologies. It does not mean less resources or less successes for those students who are benefiting from our current practices. Rather, equity work means more success for every student. It means mining more data, presenting the data to stakeholders, being transparent about what we are doing well and what we can improve upon. It means doing a better job of preparing all students for life beyond D303. Taking on equity work means we are the community of which I am proud to live in, a community that leads by example, a community that models how to engage in difficult, uncomfortable, frighteningly honest, courageous work, which will bring us closer together, more united, and more committed to learning for all than ever before. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up is Debbie Barron, and again, the topic is equity.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Debbie Barron, and I've been a reading specialist in the middle schools in D303 for the past 20 years, teaching at both Thompson and Haynes. I'm here to speak about the need for equity training in D303. In my role as a reading specialist, I've been in a unique position to analyze achievement data at a variety of levels, from elementary through high school, over my many years here. One trend that is clear in our data is that there is a disparity in the performance of some subgroups of our student population. The disparity is not only in performance, but also in the rate of growth. As a teacher, when some students are growing and learning more and closing gaps faster than other students, I have to own that. But this is a district-wide trend, so we have to own that, and we have to fix that. We frequently analyze data in D303, and we address discrepancies in data, whether they're in standard, skill, or something else. We address them in the same way: identify the discrepancy, reflect on current practice, engage in learning, and implement action. This situation should not be handled differently. Given that this disparity in subgroup performance has existed for years, it would be foolish to think that this will change without self-reflection and without learning. Equity training can provide what we need. I am aware that because this particular disparity relates to the question of equity, some people may be uncomfortable with self-reflection. People may feel defensive, as if they're being called out, but the purpose is not to finger point and not to shame anyone. It's to reflect and to learn how to best meet the needs of all of our students. I've taught students with a variety of diverse backgrounds, including varying races, religions, gender identities, sexual orientations, language needs, special needs, and socioeconomic backgrounds. I do my best to embrace, respect, honor, and teach every single one of my students, but I do not pretend to know everything there is to know to excel at this. Equity training is necessary because truly, when it comes to diverse populations, we don't know what we don't know. To admit that makes us feel vulnerable, and I understand that. But I would argue that without guided self-reflection and learning, we cannot improve. We tell students the way to do their best learning is know your goal, get feedback, use that feedback to move forward. How can we ask that of our students if we are not willing to do that ourselves? You as a school board have graciously asked us in the past, teachers, how can we support your work? Right now I have an answer. I've come with a genuine request that you support equity work so that we can help each and every student maximize his or her potential. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Frankie Iavanelli. I hope I said that correctly. And the topic is reopen school.
Hello, my name is Frankie Iavanelli, and I'm a senior at St. Charles North. Before I begin, I want to say that this speech may go over time. 3 minutes is simply not enough to express the need to go back into school, as well as the emotion behind the problems that this community is facing. All of the information I will reference below comes from either the CDC or the National Safety Council. I welcome you to check the facts and my math. Last week, a very courageous woman stood in this very spot and revealed to you a traumatic story. It was a story about her son who is struggling in his life right now. He no longer cares about school. Can I take this off? It's really hot. All right. He no longer cares about school. He no longer has the grades he used to have. But worst of all, he is no longer happy. This child cries to his mother every day, wishing he was back at school in order to get sufficient socialization and attention. I sat in the back of this room and watched as many members of this board remained completely unfazed by this powerful and emotional story. Her words slipped past every one of you while she cried into the microphone about her depressed child. As the mother walked back to her chair with teary eyes, I was expecting some type of statement or reference back to her story. but all I heard was a stoic "thank you, next." No matter how emotional or factually proven the community's arguments may be, all we hear over and over again are those words. Now, her story may be about one student at D303, but we all know that he is not alone. Mental health is a growing issue, especially in this current time of crisis. Yet schools being closed is only adding to this problem. I'm not saying that this child and others like him are only depressed because of you, Dr. Pearson, but I'm saying that you have the power to improve the lives of many. Most leaders would do anything possible to improve the lives of people around them, but this is simply not what we are seeing from the board. And in fact, these problems are only getting worse right in front of your eyes. I know many of you are more concerned about physical health than mental health, but I assure you that it is physically safe to reopen. In the first volume of their new handbook called Strategies for Safely Reopening Elementary and Secondary Schools, the CDC states that screening, testing, and vaccinations are not prerequisites for safe reopening if students and staff consistently implement the mitigation strategies. The CDC is explicitly stating that if we follow the mitigation strategies, such as washing hands and wearing masks, which is what we already do, an in-school experience will be perfectly safe for all, even without required vaccinations. Aside from this very clear statement from the CDC, there is proof that students are not in danger of this virus. According to the CDC, there are 42,687,510 people between the ages 15 and 24 in the US. Yet out of this population, only 626 people have died from the coronavirus since January 1st, 2020. Before I move on, I really want everyone to process that number, 626. This is not just from St. Charles or Illinois or the Midwest, but it's from the entire country. I know you may argue that one death is still too many, but at what point does risk become negligible? 626 deaths divided by the population mentioned above yields a percentage of 0.00146%. This means that out of the entire population of 15 to 24-year-olds in the United States, coronavirus has killed only 0.00146% of them. However, the odds of dying in a car crash are about 1%. Therefore, since driving is 685 times more likely to kill me than the coronavirus, the district should no longer host these board meetings or even have a hybrid schedule where students can freely drive to school. Additionally, the chances of someone dying from falling are 0.9%. This figure is 617 times more deadly than the virus, so this district should no longer allow speakers to walk from their chairs or to the microphone. Similarly, D303 should no longer allow students to walk from class to class in our current hybrid schedule. The point is, students are faced with more dangerous activities every day than the coronavirus, and regulations become ridiculous when they are made to protect from negligible risks. Finally, I want to reveal to you the horrible effects remote learning has had on our students. Our motivation is extremely low. We have become very lazy, and the amount of cheating is unfathomable. In fact, I know many friends who are in the hybrid schedule, but when they have a test, they decide to stay at home. This is because at home, it is easy to lay in bed and Google answers to tests or FaceTime friends to discuss test questions. Dr. Pearson, you can even ask teachers about this problem since they all know this. My math teacher recently announced that he is going to hold hybrid students' tests until they come back to school since so many people are avoiding in-school tests. This is a testimony to the fact that students are not prepared in their classes due to our current remote structure. And while on this topic, I want to ask you why there have been no surveys asking students or parents how they feel about our current situation. Where is the connection between our leaders and their people? Does this board even know how we feel? The problem is only getting worse as you blind yourself to what is happening behind the scenes. And before I hear thank you next, please consider some of the information I mentioned in this speech, because further ignorance will only breed more struggle within this community.
Thank you. And I think we might have time for one more comment before the organization presents. Lisa Raphael. And the topic is deep equity.
Hello, my name's Lisa Raphael. This district teaches students to be accepting of all their peers, the gay students, the trans students, or the bi students, right? Well, they should be accepted because they're born that way, correct? Well, my 3 white sons are also born that way. According to the theory of Corrin and the founder, Gary Howard, white people are inadvertently racist. This is what deep equity is about. The district has repeatedly said that this program is not curriculum for the students, but again, everything I have read on the Corrin website says otherwise. It talks about student leaders and engaging students in the process. Equity is the new buzzword for the social justice warriors of today. You can have a family with 4 children. They have the same parents, home dynamic, opportunities, schools, etc. And you can have 4 very different outcomes. Equal outcomes for all is impossible due to everyone being their own person. This program is implying that students of color are victims solely on the color of their skin, and the white student is their oppressor and is privileged solely based on the color of their skin. This theory of equity is just that. It's just a theory. There's no proven facts, there's no proven data of this. It is based on someone's feelings or thoughts. What's funny is that Asian students are the top ranking students nationwide, yet Corwin never mentions it in their material. Corwin does not talk about Asian privilege or the equity gap from Asian to white students. This is bringing us back decades. This program is segregating our children and planting very divisive seeds in their heads. I strongly oppose this program, and I can't even believe the district is trying to put a new program in that costs $115,000 plus when we can't even get our kids back in school full time. How's that for equity? In closing, I like to cite a quote from Martin Luther King. I look to the day when people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is actually 5:31, so we do have a couple more comments. There's at least one more in here, and I believe we have another page with some comments. So I think we're gonna hold the comments for now, and we will resume those after the presentation, and out of respect for the people who are presenting. Thank you. So our first item up for discussion is, of course, deep equity, the equity goal and the deep equity presentation.
Good evening. We are pleased to be here this evening to share with the board and the community a plan for addressing the equity goal that was created by the school board last summer. Next slide. Good evening. We are pleased to be here this evening to share with the board and the community a plan for addressing the equity goal that was created by the school board last summer. Next slide. I am Dr. Denise Herman, Chief Academic Officer, and with me,
Cindy Roosh, Director of Staff, Family, and Student Services.
the presentation tonight addresses two policies in particular, 6.10, Educational Philosophy and Objectives, and 7.10, Equal Educational Opportunities. The school board and strategic commitments demonstrate a commitment to academic excellence for all students and an understanding that community resources must be allocated to ensure exemplary student growth, academic achievement, and positive social emotional development of all CUSD 303 students. We are recommending that the board approve at its next meeting a contract to partner with Deep Equity to facilitate the implementation of our equity goal in D303, and approval to hire a director of diversity, equity, and inclusion for the 2021-22 school year.
To start the presentation, we want to focus on the why behind the equity plan we have proposed. We will address the following questions: why engage in equity work, why now, and why with Deep Equity. Our journey began in June of 2020 in the aftermath of the homicide of George Floyd and the subsequent violence across our nation that follows. We will address the superintendent and board president, a message about equity, diversity, and inclusion from D303 to all the stakeholders. The statements on this slide are from the letter and show that the district committed to engage in equity work. And the subsequent violence across our nation that follows. Next, within the strategic commitment to innovative learning, the board established a goal related to equity that you see on this slide, which led us to seeking out an outside organization to partner with for our equity journey.
Our district has become more diverse over time. This slide shows the change in our demographics from 2010 to 2020. Our district has become more diverse. Our why continues to be our students and their academic achievement. Throughout the year, we have shared student achievement data with the board, and in looking at how our subgroups are performing on assessments, we see that there are clear discrepancies in student performance. The following slides show the data that has been shared with the board about K-8 iReady data in reading and in math.
sure where like it needs to be.
Can someone else advance it for us? So that the green is achievement and the blue bars represent growth. And you'll see that in math, there was discrepancies in both. And now we're looking at reading achievement and reading growth. Here's for our English learners, reading achievement, students with IEPs, and students economically disadvantaged. This next set of slides shows student performance on the PSAT broken down by race. The data in the slides will be discussed more in depth during the high school presentation later this evening. We included them here to demonstrate that the discrepancies in student achievement by subgroup can be found at all levels in our district. Again, achievement is in green and math, and growth is in blue. And here we are with evidence-based reading and writing, achievement, and growth. In addition to discrepancies in student achievement, we are sharing the suspension data from 2020. As you can see, Black and Hispanic Latinx students are suspended at a disproportionately higher rate than their peers.
As we continue to think about our why, we see that the Illinois State Board of Education created a strategic plan with equity as one of its foci. Based on this, very soon, we will be required to publicly report where we are on our equity continuum, journey continuum. So why engage in equity work? These are the outcomes we are seeking. As we said earlier, meeting the needs of all our students continues to be our why. All students should be able to attain excellence and feel that they are welcomed, a welcome part of our school community. In seeking an organization to partner with, district administration considered 3 different ones: the National Equity Project, the Education Advisory Board, and Deep Equity from Corwin. As part of the process, we interviewed consultants, talked with clients, studied frameworks, and analyzed results. After much deliberation, we are recommending that the district partner with Deep Equity. On this slide, we have shared some of the many districts in the state, some of them very close to us, who have partnered with Deep Equity to facilitate the work related to diversity, equity, and inclusion in their districts.
And why? What are other reasons why we feel Deep Equity is the group to partner with? First, it's an evidence-based process. Next, it's a capacity building model. It is focused on organizational culture and climate. It involves strategic multi-year planning. And lastly, it incorporates student voice. This slide shows how partnering with Deep Equity will develop the capacity of staff to engage in equity work. It first starts with professional learning for the district and building leaders. Then school leadership teams will receive professional learning, who in turn will provide professional learning to staff at their buildings. As we close our part of the presentation and shift to our guest presenters, we feel that it is important to clarify what Deep Equity is and is not. It is not a curriculum, nor does it replace academics. It will focus on adult learning and how to best meet the needs of all learners in our schools. In this next part of the presentation, staff from Deep Equity will provide us with more information about what Deep Equity is and what our partnership would look like.
So this evening, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Nicole Law, Dr. Trudy Arriaga, Benji Howard, Wade Antonio Caldwell, and Kelly Valentine Schultz.
Good afternoon, team, and thank you for having us tonight, St. Charles. I am Nicole Law, and when I think about equity, I think about excellence. To give you an overview of the DPE process, I invited you to meet who we are. Next slide, please.
We're having some difficulty in hearing you. You're kind of fading in and out.
I hear that.
Still unable to hear.
May I do a test? Yeah, there's an echo.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nicole, and I'm our team. We are members of the equity team comprising educators from across the country. We've been superintendent, district officers, assistant superintendent, teachers, principals, assistant principals, and the stand. Next slide.
Okay, we're unable to hear you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what we can troubleshoot.
Nicole, this is Kelly. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Yes.
Okay. So I can still hear an echo.
Yeah, Kelly's good.
I don't know why for me. You can't hear me?
I can hear you. I can also hear an echo. And when I talk, I can also hear an echo as well.
Echo's really challenging.
Yeah. Kelly, we also wrong echo.
Dr. Pearson or Dr. Herman, can you try to troubleshoot Tech Live?
Yes, we are working on it as we speak.
So are you making sure that everyone is muted when the speaker is trying to broadcast? Everyone who's joined in, we need you to be muted when we have a speaker. So let's go ahead and give it a try. Everyone mute, and then the speaker, give it a try again, please.
Okay. I think that works. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
It sounds okay so far. Why don't you give us a couple more seconds of speech so we can make sure.
Okay, so I would like to share the purpose of our work, and you can see the three main areas of cultural competence. And so when we think about cultural competence from our systemic framework, it is looking at authentic relationships across difference and being authentic in building those relationships and building the capacity of educators to have the skill and the will to form authentic and effective relationships across dimensions of difference. And that is one of the concepts that we're really proud of when we think about the purpose of our work, is having the skills and having the will to be able to form those relationships. We also focus on culturally responsive and sustaining teaching and leading and learning, looking at instruction across differences, and thinking about making sure that we tap into each and every student's learning style to unveil their full potential, thinking about the data and looking at data of who's performing and who's not, and ensuring that we create systems and structures and processes to make sure that we're not leaving any students behind. We also look at the academic achievement of all of our learners, and we heard in the presentation that there are subgroups of students that are not performing to the significant levels of others. And as we think about the deep equity framework, we are capacity building and assets based, so all learners can show up as who they are and not giving up and feeling welcome, seen, and safe and cared for and understood, and making sure that the educators are equipped with tools and strategies and structures to reach every student that will sit in our chairs, and making sure that we prepare every student for our culturally diverse world around us so we can be engaged citizens. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Dr. Herman, this is Kelly. Are you able to advance to the next slide?
Yes, we are working on that now. It's having feed trouble.
All right. Hello, everyone. Greetings. I'm Trudy Arriaga, and I'm very, very pleased to be able to present some additional information to you, and hopefully to provide additional clarity in terms of what deep equity is and what deep equity is not. And I hope that I'm coming across clearly. And again, appreciated very much. Once everyone muted, it seemed to allow us to hear Dr. Law. So thank you in advance for doing that. I'd like to begin with just the key concepts of deep equity. And if I could have the next slide, please, as we think about really the guiding principles, the key concepts of deep equity, there are three that we would like to share with you. The first one is inclusion, that students and employees, this is not a curriculum. This is an opportunity to build a foundational system in which we do the work that we do every day. And whether that's providing homework or grading practices or adopting curriculum, that we want to make absolute certain that we do that work with a lens of ensuring that students and employees feel welcomed, seen, safe, respected, cared for, and understood. So when we speak about one of the very key concepts of our work, it is the concept of inclusion, and that is making sure that the diversity that obviously exists in your community, in your school, that diversity, that mix is one that is welcomed and seen. And we often talk about, we want to make sure each and every one of our students and our colleagues have a seat at the table, but we also want to make sure that each and every one has a voice at the table. So it's broader than being seen. It's about being heard. It is absolutely about having that sense of belonging when you walk into the halls of your district, be you an employee or a parent or a student. The next slide, if you could, is equity. And again, there are three key concepts. And the second one is that school outcomes, positive and negative, are distributed equitably across district demographic and identity groups. We heard tonight in just the brief comments made by the public, we heard some of the negative outcomes that were discussed. The one that I heard specifically was the DNF report, came up 2 or 3 times. And equity is about reducing negative outcomes for all groups, so that DNF report that you were discussing is one that in the concept of equity that we work on in regards to strategies and procedures and values that would reduce that particular educational disparity. But if we think about negative outcomes, we can add discipline referrals, discipline consequences, dropout rates, referrals to special education, making certain that through the lens of equity, those negative outcomes for all groups are reduced. But we also want to make sure that the positive outcomes for all groups are increased. So whether that be test scores or grades or attendance or access to AP courses, graduation rates, college admission and beyond, even participation in extracurricular activities, one of the outcomes is to ensure that positive outcomes are increased for each and every one. And that also that resources are distributed equitably across all groups and schools and communities to ensure that those negative and positive outcomes can indeed impact each and every one under the definition of equity. And the final key concept is excellence. Deep equity is not about lowering the bar. It is about raising the bar for everyone. And it is about raising the bar high to educate students for life and democratic citizenship. We are intent on ensuring that all of us, students and employees, community members, family members, have that bar raised and in alignment with preservation of their identity and their culture, so that each unique person and the attributes that they bring to that table that we just discussed are honored and valued. And we're talking about each and every one. I heard a couple parents that, wondered about how this would impact their child. We're talking about all children. Each and every child would have the bar raised, and each and every child would have the opportunity to offer their unique lens, their unique culture, their unique perspective, their unique customs, traditions, and bring that forward to the table to enrich in the district at large. Substance, depth, and critical thinking are as important as test scores, and frankly, more important than compliance. So as you look at that definition of excellence, I hope that you will see that as we look at the key concepts, that excellence is a founding concept that again is relevant to each and every student and employee and community member and family member within the district. And so with those three concepts, next slide, please. Deep equity is about really ensuring that students are college, career, and culture ready. And I know that college and career throughout this nation is one that we have all heard. And of course, we all affirm that we want our students to be college and career ready. When I think of those two, I think about, we want our students to be able to go out and make a living. And, and that we want to ensure that they are college and career ready. But the culture ready aspect is about making sure that our students can go out and make a life. Are they good stewards of the earth? Are they good humans? Are they neighbors, good neighbors? Do they give service to their community? Do they appreciate the arts? Do they get involved in participation of the community so that the community is better because they're there? And so when we talk about culture ready, we're absolutely talking about, do they have that confidence in terms of who they are in order to be able to move forward outside of the walls of your district and be college, career, and culture ready to absolutely make their own marks on our world as they leave the district. So there are also some outcomes that we would like to share with you. And if I could have the next slide. Just like to share some of the outcomes, and again, in just some of the very brief public comments that I heard, I hope that these outcomes will help to clarify, what it is indeed that deep equity is looking for and toward when we talk about outcomes. Next slide, please. I'm going to look at 4 of them. The first outcome is that we absolutely expect that an outcome will be a shift in the tone and depth of adult conversations. And when we have the opportunity as the adults in the lives of our children to have deep conversations, to have conversations of respect, to ensure that there is trust and honesty within our conversations, that we take on difficult topics, that we ensure with our children that the adults will take on the difficult topics and that there will be a clear stewardship with a focus on equity. And again, we go back to what our definition of equity is, and that is the opportunity for each and every one of our students to succeed and to thrive with all the resources necessary for them as individuals. So that's the first one, just a shift in tone and depth of the adult conversations. The second strategy is the improvement in the climate of inclusion for students. And if we think about, what does that really mean? It means that our students have increased belongingness and connectedness. I know that one of our colleagues, Benji Howard and perhaps Wade Caldwell, are going to speak to you about how students are empowered to use their own voices. So that improvement in the climate of inclusion for students is one that once again benefits all students, so that student voices are empowered to speak, and also that students have improved relationships with the adults within the district. If the first aspect that I just discussed is intact, where adults are not shying away from deep conversations, the students benefit by increased student-adult relationships. If I could have the next slide, please. The third piece of the puzzle is broad implementation of culturally responsive practices. There are 7 principles that are embedded into the culturally responsive practices. And those 7 principles, again, are not curriculum. They are principles that help to guide us in terms of how we give the homework assignment, how we discipline a student, how we welcome our students into the classroom every day, how we ensure that a classroom is a safe and welcoming environment for each and every one. And so, we appreciate having the opportunity to share the 7 principles of culturally responsiveness that are actually embedded into the classroom. All staff are engaged in the culturally responsive work. And when we say all staff, we're inclusive of our support professionals, the paraeducator, the people who are closest to our children can have the greatest impact. And then that we lead with the lens of equity, and equity guides our decisions. And again, you go back to, what do we mean by the term of equity? We mean that each and every student has what they need in order to thrive and succeed within our school district. So indeed, those disparities can be lessened or increased, whether they be positive or negative. And then finally, these significant reductions in those educational disparities. And I've already spoken to some of the disparities that we heard in our very brief time hearing from your public, that there are educational disparities. We saw them in the slides that you presented. And so the opportunity for an outcome in deep equity is to ultimately experience significant reduction in educational disparities for all students. And being able to ask ourselves, do our actions clearly reflect our values? What we say as an organization, do we clearly have the actions that represent what our children are guaranteed by what we say as adults within our districts? And if I could, I'd like to have the next slide, please. And I'd like to introduce my colleagues, Benji Howard and Wade Antonio Caldwell, who are going to speak a bit in regards to how the student voice comes into the work of deep equity.
Thank you, Dr. Arriaga. I'm going to just maybe get a thumbs up. Can you hear me all right? Beautiful. Yeah. So yes, we do. Thank you, Dr. Pearson. Thanks to the board. We're excited about this conversation. Thank you, Dr. Law and Dr. Arriaga. And just, we want to make sure that we have time here to answer folks' questions. But one of the really exciting things to us is the fact that this body of work includes not just youth voice, but really putting young people at the table. And so the idea of youth equity stewardship is it's an arts-based program. So if you could give me the next slide, that'd be wonderful. This is our team. It's a little smaller team than the one that Dr. Law shared, but we have these folks are from all over the country, from the West Coast, from the Midwest, and the East Coast. Our team of youth equity stewardship educators, they're all teachers, but they're also all professional musicians. So we bring music and the arts into a conversation about growing equity and growing stewardship in a district. But it's not just music either. We bring in visual art, and we bring in a lot of kind of music that we don't play. We sort of put a soundtrack to the learning process. And then if you could give me the next slide. The youth work is really built around this idea of equity stewardship, or really students taking action. So the way we frame stewardship is that it's about action. It's about doing something, like the young man today that presented a passionate case for getting back into school, like being a part of school, being excited about school. And that action is then rooted in support, so that we're caring for, but we're also growing our knowledge of the cultural diversity that's in the community. And then our job as young people, or our job as consultants, is to help young people grow a culture of stewardship at the building level. And then one more slide. So the hopefulness here, and actually we've learned a lot. I appreciate seeing the slide with all of our kind of Chicago area, Illinois area partners. We've learned so much in the last decade about the power that young people can have to affect positive change in a community. And some of these areas of action have really been, we didn't invent these. These have been invented by young people in your area. This idea of young people facilitating conversations with other diverse groups of students. We have lots of Illinois students actually leading professional development for equity. And, we get feedback from teachers that sometimes these student-led professional development sessions are the best learning experience they've had in a year. The idea of the Listen Up events are bringing art and bringing the stories of who we are as a community. So bringing the stories of diversity to public spaces is part of what kids can be a part of. The advisors, I think, are probably the ones that are most connected to outcomes. So Dr. Arriaga was talking about those fourth tier outcomes. So those are measurable outcomes. And when we see youth engaged at a really high level, those are the districts where we see not only the greatest closing of gaps, but the closing of gaps in a shorter period of time. When young people are on these advisories informing how grading happens, informing especially discipline. You can see some of those discipline referral gaps close after the first year of engagement with youth equity stewardship. Getting people together, adults and kids talking together about stuff that matters. And kids can drive those conversations. We have, Dr. Arriaga also mentioned this idea of the principles of culturally responsive practice. A lot of this work kind of centers around those principles. We know that really good work is happening in your district already. What we do is help amplify that. And one of the tools there is the 7 principles. And we found that when kids inform teacher practice, it can be really transformative in beautiful ways. And then the Yes Club is also just where there's a transfer from when we're there to when we're not there, but the work and the conversations continue. And that's kind of the mechanism for that is the Yes Club. So that's just a quick kind of look at, rather than sort of the outcomes that are associated with deep equity, the outcomes for youth equity stewardship are really oriented around action. And Wade and I designed this 10 years ago, but it's beautiful to have a bigger team now. I don't know if you want to add anything, Wade.
Well, I think perhaps it becomes clear when we lay out the foundation of deep equity and looking at youth equity stewardship that it's parallel in its philosophy. It is deeply rooted in the idea that relationships precede learning. It's an idea that I think is something that we all understand as educators. It's kind of that universal idea. I did actually take note of just a couple ideas in the opening statements. And one was this idea that like our shortcoming is not in our caring. And I think that is, one of the things that I'm even finding to be more compelling as we work with more students around the country is that I think, people of all generations are recognizing that this is an extremely challenging, unparalleled moment in time, in history. And there's a lot of empathy that is happening. And, that sense of care, I think, is something that really extends throughout our entire community, regardless of what our backgrounds are and how we're experiencing life. And So I just feel like when we bring in the intergenerational partnership with young people and kind of elevate the idea that we need to hear student voice so that we can make adult decisions. It's really about how do we come to the table, and as Trudy mentioned, have a say at the table. And then even beyond that, to what extent do we feel like we are the table, that it's our table? And I think that is, to me, philosophically, where I feel like I just want to draw that connection. But just the example of the sharing at the beginning of, I think, different representations of what people, the perceptions of equity work, of the deep equity work, I think is just so advantageous to have that voice, to continue to have forum. And I do look forward to the youth equity stewardship journey be something that continues in that same legacy of making sure that we really are serving the needs of each and every person. And so that democratic process is something that we absolutely embed into the work.
If I could, just before we take the questions, Wade spoke to us about relationships precede learning, and I feel like that's a hallmark of our work. And the other hallmark that I would like to share is that it is about more of our students being more successful more of the time across more of their differences and more of our classrooms without giving up who they are. And I don't know, when I say those words, I am so heartened as an educator, as a grandmother, to know that the work is about people coming together, making sure that more of our students have more opportunities to be successful. That's what this is about.
Dr. Herman, this is Kelly. We are ready for the questions at this time.
Okay, wonderful. We do have time set aside now for the board to ask questions of Dr. Roosh or myself or the Deep Equity team, because we know that this is an important decision. We want you to be very informed. And so the floor is open to board questions.
Okay. I guess I will start over here this time. So Mrs. McCabe.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Herman, Dr. Roosh, and thank you, Equity team, for being here. We are on a journey, and we have bumps along the road. Something that I've been on a journey my whole life. This is work that I did as a teacher in the late 80s and 90s and continue to do now. In a different role, as a board member, as a policy maker. I have lots of detailed questions I'd like to ask, but I'm going to not ask all of those, like where would you begin and how often would you and blah, 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 because I don't think that's my role. My role is to count on the administration to make those things work. I was pleased to hear from our teachers who will be impacted by this work that they are willing to take this journey. I do believe strongly it starts at the top, that our leaders at the building need to take care of business so that all kids, our data is not good. We have been told by the community that we are not a data-driven board, and I tend to disagree with that. When we have data that doesn't look good, we have to take care of business. That's our job. So we need to figure out what's going on. I believe there are two things that make a huge difference in schools. One is relationships, and two is instruction. So the relationship piece I'm hearing loud and clear, and I do believe it has to happen. how does this impact instruction? Because I can be someone who embraces multiple cultures, children who learn different, children who look different, biases that I work to fight against. But how does that change what I do when I instruct? Will that be the district's responsibility, or is that part of the work you'll bring to the table?
I'm happy to just begin a response. And, I think the question that you ended with, and I appreciate your comments so much as a board member. I'm a former superintendent and served for 14 years as a superintendent, and recognize the incredible importance that you have as trustees, as policymakers within the district. So I appreciate your comments and your questions. And I think the answer to the first question is it's the work of the district and the deep equity team together. You asked who was responsible, and it's all of our responsibility, and we are honored to come alongside in partnership with staff. And we also have the opportunity to really dig deep and focus on the culturally responsive teaching principles. The principles are, again, they are not curriculum, but they are much deeper than caring about kids. I believe that we are good people doing hard work in public education, and that we care about children. But the principles of deep equity and culturally responsive teaching go much deeper in terms of our actions, and having our actions coincide with our values of caring about children. So without going into all 7 of them, I can assure you that we spend a significant amount of time really looking at what culturally responsive practices look like in a classroom, what they feel like, what they taste like within the walls of a classroom. And I'll open it up to my colleagues to expand on that thought.
Sure, and we sent out there's a handout that kind of has the 7 principles on it. And I'll just say this to kind of reinforce what Trudy's saying. If you look at the 7 principles, they, in some ways, they can kind of just on the surface look like good teaching, but there's also a depth of in the what we would call the 4th phase of this framework. There's a depth of growing those practices, so it's really in alignment with if you have PLC processes in place. That it's ongoing professional learning built, led by a team in every building, to really set some goals around what culture responsive instruction looks like, and then the team working together to meet those goals. So the handout that we gave you is kind of that's the starting point, but it's fairly broad and deep if you look at the materials and the resources that we share, and then empowering that team to kind of be with the training of trainer model. They're going to learn with us, and then they go back and support their staff in their buildings.
And if I can add a critical piece, is that critically, culturally responsive practice and culturally responsive teaching is happening in very powerful ways in St. Charles right now. And a big part of our responsibility as facilitators is to draw that out and to highlight it and amplify it and make sure that we have processes to be able to share that information. So we really adopt this philosophy that the wisdom is in the room. It's not coming from us. Although, of course, we are applying all of our background and experience from what we can draw on, but it's really about a creative, collaborative process, always centered in how this impacts instruction. It's like, what can we do on Monday is always the best question. So just wanted to, I think, recognize that idea that every district's going to look different. Every community will be very different. But I think the one thing that is in common is that, and we believe very strongly and confident, that there is powerful culture responsive teaching happening, and we want to make sure that it continues. So even though we know that change is critical, so is tradition. so is maintaining the things that are functioning powerfully. So, we are responsible as facilitators to make sure that we draw that out. And that's always one of my primary goals as a facilitator.
Thank you. Unfortunately, this work takes a long time, sometimes a lifetime. I'm proud to be on a board that has decided this is a goal. I'm proud to live in a community that continually holds our feet to the fire. We may not all agree, but they continue to hold our feet to the fire. I'm pleased that you noticed that a student came and spoke tonight, advocating for what they believe. We've had a few students who have. It tells me that we are on the right track if we have kids who are speaking up to authority. Of course, being a grandma and a mom, the authority, as long as it's not me as the mom, So how would we know that we're going on the right track, that we're moving forward? I don't know if you have read the book Upstream, but the idea that we've got kids who are in front of us, kids who are coming, and we don't want to lose any of them. We don't want to lose one kid. So how do we know that we're taking care of business now and throughout the future? Is there a way you can support us in making sure we're doing the right thing for all kids?
Trudy, I saw you unmute. Do you want me to start that? What's that? Okay, I just, as I'm hearing your question, it's like, it just resonates with me because that is a critical question. And I think none of us are going to pretend that we don't have to do this dance or this balance between the urgency of now and the fact that this work, like you said, takes a long time. And we can't provide a magic pill, to really make the change that needs to happen now. We know that we're losing kids. I mean, I just got off a call today with another district in Virginia, and they're looking at their data, and just the kids that are falling through the cracks during COVID is just heartbreaking. And so we know that there's work that needs to be done now, but if we go so fast that we lose half the community because they don't feel included, that inclusivity from parents, from community members, from teachers is so critical as well. And so it's a dance, it's a balance. We struggle with it just like you do. And I think that the one thing that we can say is that those outcomes that Trudy shared are kind of in order of years. So in the first year, you kind of see those first level of outcomes, deeper conversations, more trust, a sense of a stewardship sort of culture in the buildings. The measurable stuff, you start to see discipline shifts maybe in the first and second year, but we know that it's 2 to 3 years into this journey that you start to see real significant shifts in testing scores, in AP enrollment. Graduation rates don't happen tomorrow, but they are kind of organized in the case studies we've done around a 3-year commitment for the most part. And I'm sorry, Trudy, I didn't want to jump. I know you.
No, absolutely not. I really have very little to add. We're thinking in the same line, but my response was going to be similar, that those educational disparities, that's how you start to know. But you also know when you start to see the outcomes of adults having deep conversation and tackling issues and taking on topics that they've never taken on before, and then the educational disparities begin to reflect. I couldn't help but notice in the brief slides that I saw, that your suspensions, there's some real educational disparities there, and so deep equity is not an event; it is a process, and it takes time. And it takes a really thoughtful resource of people willing to invest that time and energy. But when you start to see the disparities increase, or decrease depending upon the disparity, that's when you know that it's mattering and it's making a difference. And I'll share with you, you know, in the district where I was superintendent, I used to, in my very first year, I was there for 14 years. My first year, I would open up the expulsion file, and before I opened it up, I would say Latino male, and 90% of the time I was right. And, you know, anything that is predictable, if you walk into an AP class and you know who's going to be in there, or if you go to the wind ensemble concert and you know who's going to be on the stage, that's where, you know, that's where deep equity is going to have that impact. And 14 years later, as the superintendent, we didn't have 62 expulsions, we had 16. And they were not predictable. And we did not get soft on crime. You know, we got better at, back to Wade's comment, of relationships precede learning and making all decisions with a lens of equity. And so it does take time. But boy, when you start to see that progress and you know the students who are being impacted, and that's every student is impacted when there's equity across an institution like a school district.
And Trudy, I feel like once a community is engaged in really getting to know one another, we realize that the urgency is complex.
Yeah.
You know, it is not just a narrow focus around race, around gender. It's not about just those identities. It's really about each and every human being and what they're bringing to the table. And, you know, I agree with Benji. I feel like we're in a moment where we have a level of urgency that we can't delay. We can't, you know, and I think we even have to really be interrogating of older ways of perhaps, you know, kind of dripping in progress of whatever that looks like. I think we do need to have more creative, innovative approaches, and that is going to come from collecting the funds of knowledge from the entire community. And I truly believe, and Benji and I have been working together and doing music and engaging in schools, facilitating these conversations. I truly believe that there's an incredible amount of magic in engaging young people in that capacity building. So even though the deep equity work is already structured in such a way to be a capacity building process, young people start to look after one another. So that's one of the best ways to make sure that we don't have students fall through the cracks. We as adults don't have enough limbs to hold and eyes, senses to even hold on to all the complexity of needs. So when we have young people involved who really feel like they're accountable to one another, that just adds a dimension that honestly I've experienced as just true power and beauty.
Okay, I think we can move on. Ms. Fairgrieve, I think it's your turn.
Thank you. I guess just to start, just to kind of set the table for everyone, we would be having a discussion related to equity, diversity, and inclusion in our district, irrespective of what is going on at the state level related to the culturally responsive teaching practices. I think there's a misconception out there that what's happening at the state level is driving what we're doing here. So I just wanted to make that comment to kind of level set. And then secondly, I don't see, do we have the handout for the 7 principles for cultural responsibility?
It came in an email, I believe.
Okay, so we have it via email. Okay. Okay. And then I had questions related to, I guess for the team, related to the options that we looked at for the partners. Do you have the matrix or whatever you put together to evaluate the 3 options?
I don't have that available, but I could go back through our notes. Yes.
Okay. I think, at least for myself, I would imagine for the rest of the board, we'd like to understand the criteria that you used and how the other 2 compared.
Are you talking about the other 2 groups? I just want to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other 2 that were listed.
That was something I was a little curious about myself. So.
Okay. The other question I had, I think it's very helpful to see, at least locally, the other districts that have already partnered. My question is, are all of these still in partnership with Deep Equity today?
I did this work with Dr. Roosh. I'm not 100% sure. I believe many of them are. We interviewed several of the people, and I know from talking with Naperville that they've been a partner for the last 2 years, and they still are. And that's actually one of the districts that recommended that we start with the YES program in year 1. They chose not to. They chose to wait, thinking let's start with the adults and see how that goes. And there were so many instances during year 1 and 2 where they wished they had student voice at the table and where they wished they had amplified that voice earlier. It was Naperville who very explicitly recommended to us that we think of them as parallel tracks and that we start them both simultaneously, that they support each other. And so again, yes, we spoke with most of the people on there. Again, maybe Deep Equity folks know which ones are, or there could be others that were added to the list even beyond what we were printing. Kelly?
Absolutely. Yes. Hi there, everyone. So I know, Dr. Herman, I will go ahead and resend over to you and Dr. Roosh the list of references that we have that are just within the Chicago area. And in that list alone, there are over 15 schools and districts that we have been working with, many of which that we still have partnerships today. So I can go ahead and denote that, and you are all welcome to reach out and connect with the folks within those schools and districts. I know that they would love to hear from you and also talk about their experiences as well. So anything I can do to help with just letting you know where some of those schools and districts are at in their journey, I can do so.
Okay, so will you coordinate that then and communicate to the board, at least for these that you've listed that are partners? I just am interested in, are all of these still in partnership? And if they're not, why is that?
I will work with Kelly to get that information, both the additional partners that she spoke of and if any aren't currently working, what may be the circumstance.
Okay. And then the other, just a comment related to the data. I think it would be helpful also to even take a look at 2019 performance data, because 2020, I think there's a lot of noise in the data, right? Because we have COVID at the same time. So it's hard for me to delineate. I'm sure it's still reflective, very similar, but do you follow what I'm saying? I think a more typical school year end result would be like 2019, and that perhaps that's where we measure our growth from.
You'll see in the second presentation tonight for the high school data, we do have 3 years of the PSAT data, and it's very systemic, the trajectory and the equity gaps. We also have past data from K-8. We just had 1 year of iReady data, so that's why we've only been sharing 1 year's worth, but we definitely have IAR and other data to show that the patterns we're seeing now in 2020 are historical.
Okay. And I just have 2 more questions. So can you talk a little bit again about the thought process around why we would not hire a DE&I officer or director at the onset and have that person with their expertise come into our district, do an equity audit, partner and determine who we want to partner with to move forward in terms of development and so forth? Why did we approach it this way?
Certainly. One of the things that from working with organizations similar to Deep Equity, the responsibility of doing equity work can't be only on one person's shoulder.
Right.
And so sometimes if we pick one person and then we need a leader to be doing this work, but it has to be in partnership with the whole organization. So we chose to have both of these things happen at the same time. Another reason why we see the equity audit taking place during year 1 and not necessarily before. I've participated in equity audits where the equity audit itself isn't valid because the people haven't built that trust or haven't understood enough of the issues to answer some of the questions honestly about the audit. It's almost like if you do it beforehand and then you do a little bit of learning, I said, oh, I would have answered that question differently, or, oh, now I see how that data might be looked at differently. And they almost wish they had a second equity audit because it's digging deeper then. So when we mapped out our strategy, we wanted to get a local expert and an exterior expert to together help us with this, to build some of those common language and shared understanding. So when we take a deep dive next fall and do the equity audit, that people understand the data that we're seeking and that it's in a much more thoughtful and meaningful way that they're responding to some of the questions. So it's not that we're not doing the equity audit, it's get the right people on the bus. So we want our own internal expert. We want to be partnering with someone who's done this work across the nation and across the decades. Together, our equity coordinator will be our main liaison to this organization, to each of the sites, to other Chicagoland community districts who are doing this work also. So we also look forward to being a partner with their other organizations who are using deep equity. We want to collaborate with them, and they have opportunities for us to do that as well.
Okay. And then lastly, how do you see, because feedback that I've gotten, I think several of us have, is that we have some inequities, even in terms of skill sets with teachers, for example, teaching English second language students and things like that. How are we going to tackle, for lack of a better word, those more tangible or hard inequities, deficits that we have? How are we going to do that in conjunction?
So do you mean the teacher qualifications to be supporting English language learners?
For example,
Okay.
or any other, how are we going to identify other deficits outside of?
Well, some of the ones that we shared right now, and again, that they talk about in part of their reports that they help districts analyze, would be, enrollment and participation numbers in anything from, like we talked about, enrollment in the orchestra program that Trudy mentioned in her comments, to our discipline data, could even be leadership roles in some of our student activities. There are lots of different ways that we can find where we have equal representation of students and where we don't. Many districts look to things like their hiring practices to make sure that the adults that are working with children are representative of the demographics of the community. There's so many ways that school districts have. It's really getting that team together, an equity team together, and making those decisions as a group. So Deep Equity has helped hundreds of school districts like ours on this journey. We know what our local community and our students need. So together, during these learning sessions that we'll be having with them, they'll be helping us identify, no, this is a measure that we need to be focusing in on because it has a big leverage here in our community. It might not in, a community in Florida, but here, this will make a difference for us. And they will be able to share some strategy. And here's how 3 other districts approach this. So I always look at, when you partner with an outside organization, you're not only partnering with the people that they're bringing with, but you're also partnering with their network of experiences. So we will have access to other people's equity plans. We'll have access to other people's data about what worked and what didn't. So I really think that we talk about the professional learning that's going to happen, and that's going to be very powerful. But I also think that it's magnified when you work with an organization such as this that has so many different partners across the U.S.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Ms. Barker, I think you're up.
Okay, lots of my questions were answered already, so that's good. So I guess one thing that was left over, we've had several comments that have come across in different ways about a concern that there's a lot of shame and blame in this professional development, or I think critical race theory has been mentioned a couple times. Can you comment on that more? And then how do you ensure that staff feels safe during these professional learning opportunities?
I'm personally so pleased that you asked that. It's interesting because in my notes, I wrote shame and blame as the one thing that I wanted to make sure that we were able to talk about, because I did hear some comments, and I want to clarify that we actually, in our norms, in our guiding principles that we begin every single one of our sessions with, we actually speak about shame and blame, and that we transcend that rhetoric. We absolutely change the narrative. And I've been doing this work for a while, and in various places with various partners, and never once, not once, have I ever seen anything that even resembles shame and blame. We don't call people out, we call people in. And calling people in is making sure that everyone absolutely feels like they are a part of the journey. And as we call people in, we spend a lot of time focusing in on tone and trust, and personal culture and personal journey, to make absolute certain that we, within our working agreements, create very, very safe places. And I can honestly say, I have never once had a participant who has come with a concern expressed about, that this felt like shame and blame to me. So I open that up to Wade and Benji, because I just want you to know that that is really a line in the sand for us. So when I hear that that's a part of what we do, it is, that's absolutely inaccurate.
I think what intrigued me initially, just when I first kind of got exposed to the deep equity work, was the question pretty much opened up the entire process, which is, what would equity work look like if we took shame and blame off the table? Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, we're actually identifying it as, let's envision something that absolutely transcends those dynamics. And I truly believe that this work is complex, and it's emotional. And, I think our role is to leverage the power that exists in a community to just hold space for everybody. And that's what I truly love about engaging in this work. Benji, you use the term dance a lot. You know what I mean? There's a dance involved here. It's about like how can we really have authenticity and honesty, but in a place where we're not just aiming for safety. Like that avoidance of conflict. I think that was one of the pieces that came up in the early comments. It's really about how do we establish an environment where we can be courageous and have that level of honesty with one another, where we really hold each other with the highest value and learn from each other, and not see this as a way of amplifying our agenda, but really building capacity to listen more deeply. And so yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. And it is a critical conversation happening nationwide. I mean, we know that there's associations to so many of the terms, of all of this work. And over many decades, I mean, I started teaching in 1992. So for that amount of time, like, I've seen a lot of kind of words kind of be in place that have triggers to, I think, what people are perceiving. And equity is now that. And but I think it's really about it's the methodology. You know what I mean? And I feel just very strong that this is a graceful approach. It is truly a welcoming approach. And I think also is that we don't center this work in race, but we also make sure that race is identifiable as one of those aspects of our uniqueness, right? And we elevate, I think, all the ways in which we show up with the complexity of who we are, and we make sure that, you know, all of that difference is something that increases our achievement, increases our ability to thrive in our learning environment. You know, I really believe in this idea that if differences are getting in the way, it's quite possible that we're in the way. You know, that our differences should not get in the way. Our differences really should only deepen the learning experience, you know, academically as well as interpersonally and socially and collectively. So, Benji, I don't know, maybe I took all your time there, but I feel like we've all been answering these questions. But
I appreciate the question, and I think you and Trudy, I mean, that's the core of what we do, is to, like Trudy said, to transcend the sort of tone of shame and blame that does, I mean, let's be honest, that is sometimes kind of the way these conversations are centered, you know, in kind of an accusation framework. And, you know, we're, like Wade said, we're just very conscious about not taking that approach and making sure that inclusion means everybody. Everybody gets to be in the conversation. Everybody gets to grow. People, there's nobody included when you're doing the work of community inclusion. So I hope that answers your question.
The rest of my questions actually go towards Dr. Pearson and Dr. Herman, and more of a comment to the board. So I'd like to give the other board members a chance to talk to our guests.
Okay, thank you. In fact, to that, on that note, I was going to make note of the fact that we will probably be discussing this as we start talking about the high school growth data. I think this conversation will probably continue, and that's probably the place to direct the questions that are relative to the board, or I'm sorry, to the administration, that are relevant to them. So.
Yeah, but I do think before we say goodbye to our friends, to see if there are any other questions that
Well,
people have.
I was going to move to this
for
side of the
deep
table
equity.
and see. I have one or two myself, so I'll hold till the end.
And actually, I don't necessarily have any questions for our guests, but I just wanted to kind of make two comments and kind of reiterate some things tonight. And the first is, it's not curriculum, you know, and I think that's important because we've heard from the community that they thought this was curriculum. To Mrs. Fairgreaves' point, a lot of people think this is kind of directed by the state. This is kind of set in motion, I think, when Dr. Pearson and I issued a letter earlier this summer, and it laid the foundation. And I feel like this is kind of building on that foundation. And it's the work of this board to help intensify that and help bring that to light and continue to build on this. This is not our first conversation. This won't be our last conversation. And I know, you know, I won't be part of that in a few months, but I'm proud to be part of it now. And I know that I'm confident that this board will continue this work, and I'm excited to see that come to fruition. But I think that the important thing is that this is not that kind of end discussion. This is just another step that we're taking to work towards these goals that this board has. So again, it's not really so much a question, it's more a commentary on the process.
And Ms. Weibel.
I have more concerns about the concept of walking it back. And I thank you everyone for letting me jump in here. As you know, I thought I'd still be consulting with the medical surgical team for my son downtown. So I'm happy to be part of this conversation still. I really had shared my concerns with the administrative team about this program in general. So if you want, I should hold those for administration, or?
Well, I would say if there are questions that you have of how the program might work.
Well, the one thing, I mean, what I wanted to see before tonight, or what were the specifics, and I may have missed it. So please clue me in. So I apologize if I was fighting traffic. What are the specific concepts and I guess information that we're actually training staff on, and that they'll be learning I was looking for the actual material that they'll be learning in order to roll out and then integrate into their everyday life. So did we get that in the presentation from them?
No, I was just going to reiterate, I had made a similar request as well. And so based on looking at these materials, I don't know if it's,
I don't see it in
it's
here.
not in here, but I don't know if you guys have the workbook that accompanies it that we could look through, because what you sent me really didn't give the curriculum.
One of the things that in receiving the materials that they have, it's not a workbook. It's activities related to the outcomes that they showed.
So I was looking
Mhm.
for specifics about what are the outcomes we want them to take away so they can turn around and either change their demeanor, change their presentation, their verbiage. Like, what are the outcomes we want them to learn as we're teaching instructors to be more outwardly educated in their way of being, right? So to your point, equity is an important topic. I myself, obviously not the color of my skin, but I myself fit a criteria of minority as a member of the disabled community. My son as a special ed student. We have seen it in play that we have seen the inequities in this particular district and as we see across other districts. We know they exist. We know that people need to be treated equally and treated with respect and with assistance in order to get the same education as other students and other help for parents in the district. So I know it exists. I know we need to do it. I wanted to see what this program, because it is a for-profit program, and this program is quite controversial due to Gary Howard, who was the creator of the program, and some of the words that he has out there. So I think for me to feel comfortable with it, I wanted to see exactly what the material is, what are they learning, so we could see that it is not the excerpts that we're seeing shown to us from constituents and people who have concerns. So that's kind of what I was looking for from administration. So I'm not sure if the onus falls on administration, or maybe you guys can help me respond to those questions. And again, I apologize for my tardiness. So I may have missed the part that answers that question, but if anyone can jump in, that would be helpful.
In terms of the information that was sent to us, we have the agendas for each of the sessions, but again, it's an agenda framework. I'm very happy to share them to you, but it's not just like we're saying, it's not a curriculum for students. This is a series of experiences for the adults so that they learn and set different conversational strategies, different ways of looking at data. A lot of the things is modeling that takes place during the sessions that they then repeat back at their site. So I'm very happy to share the agendas. I don't, they're not secret, but it doesn't have still what you're looking for.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to figure out, how do we feel as a board in making decisions with this? Feel rest assured that the information that we're approving is not reflective of some of the contentious information that has been regurgitated to us by the public in relation to the founder. Does that make sense? So can you help us feel reassured about that?
I would suggest that maybe the board would like to look through the guidebooks and the workbooks that are distributed to participants, and that certainly can give you what I think you're really asking for is what is it that we're actually doing. And I think you'll find in looking through that some of the concerns that at least that I heard expressed are not what deep equity actually is. And I think the other thing is to really speak to multiple number of neighboring districts within your region that are, going through the process or have been through the process now for a couple of years. But I most definitely would recommend that you take some time to look through all of the materials that we utilize, and that should help you.
Can I ask real quickly, so there are guidebooks and workbooks that have been made available to the district already, or is that something that you're saying you can
No.
make available to us?
We would be able to make available a copy of the We Can't Lead Where We Won't Go book. So I can work with Dr. Roosh and Dr. Herman on supplying that to you. And I will get that moving forward ASAP. As for the participant workbooks, we'd be happy to share some pages from what that looks like as well, so you can have all the materials available and look through. And finally, the agendas that I believe Dr. Herman was referring to. So those should be also made available. Those are, a series of examples that we have used with some of our past schools and districts that we've been working with. And as I also shared with Dr. Roosh and Dr. Herman, a lot of that work can be customized based on the school and district needs, but those could be some great places for you to look and just get a better idea. Excuse me?
I guess my question is, is that material that has been already sent to the district, and I'd probably feel more comfortable if I'm looking through something. I understand that if it's proprietary material, you certainly don't want this distributed, but I think as a board, we would want to look through more than just selected pages of a workbook. I think we'd want to probably look a little more deeply so that we'd have a better understanding of not simply a few pages that we might have been sent, but if there's anything in there that's cause for concern, we'd probably want to be able to see it. And, random chance if you send us 10% of it, there's, we may not see some of the materials that are cause for concern.
Absolutely. So right now you have the sample agendas of days 1 through 5. So those should be already made available to you. And then as for the larger book that we recommend for every school to have a copy of, it's called We Can't Leave Where We Won't Go. And I will make sure to get a copy sent to Dr. Roosh and Dr. Herman for you to review.
And Ms. Schultz, sorry, I just gave you a Mrs. I don't know if you're Mr. or Mrs. Ms. Schultz, would it be possible, in addition to what you're talking with Dr. Roosh about, when you guys spoke about the districts that are currently using it, do they provide you published outcomes of what they're seeing as a result in their schools, whether they're currently using or have used the program in the past? Is it possible we can get an aggregate report somehow of, say, I know Naperville uses it, for instance, and I know U46 did, when their outcomes that they have seen in their first year, their second year of use, that they saw XYZ happen with their teacher population and their student assistants, or whatever the outcome is. I don't know quite what the outcomes are that we're striving for. So just to get a clear picture of what outcomes we're striving for. I'm not sure if that's been totally made clear to us either. So, what are the
Absolutely.
outcomes we're looking for?
That's a wonderful question. And we do have several impact case studies that we can share. Those are made public. So I would be happy to share those links over to you that highlight some of the different partners that we've worked with, so you can look at their impact case data. As for some of the references that we've shared with you, I need to double check on the impact studies, and I can share that with Dr. Roosh and Dr. Herman on the ones that we currently have. But Trudy or Benji or Wade, any thoughts on some of the outcomes with DuPage or some of the other neighboring districts?
Yeah, I actually think that, I'm sorry, Trudy, do you want to? I was just thinking of DuPage 88 because they, I believe we're a few years down the road with them, 5, maybe going on 6 years next year, but they did their work was all kicked off by a pretty extensive equity audit. And then I believe they're in the process of another one now. So they're able to maybe even more than some of the other districts look at, how these outcomes have manifested, over a few years of this engagement in their district. I know for one that they're seeing, all those 4th tier outcomes that Trudy talked about, they're seeing, pretty significant closures on all four of the, so that would be discipline referral closures, achievement as far as tests, but also AP enrollment, access to higher level courses. They've seen, their graduations have gone up. The other thing that I think is really significant about the DuPage data is that in the conversation around whether this is sort of like if equity is about if anybody loses, I think their discipline reality is pretty significant because they had a huge, I think the Black population at Willowbrook High School, something like 17%, but they were representing over 50, sometimes 60% of the referrals to the office. And they put youth on an advisory, they had their teacher training, and in a couple of years, they closed that gap. But when you look at that data, it's always tied in with a reduction in discipline referrals for across the board. So it kind of points to that idea that Nicole was talking to right at the top, and Trudy mentioned around, it's not really a zero-sum game. If you look at the data, it's kind of a all lifts all boats reality. But I would say DuPage and Palatine School District is another one that would be good to look at because I think they're in their third year of this work, and they're tracking their data pretty closely.
Another note
thank you.
is the set of handouts that we had shared with you. I believe it's on the first page. So it's a 3-page document, and on the first page lists the intended outcomes for the deep equity work. The second page highlights the CRT principles, and the third page highlights the youth equity stewardship outcomes. So that would be another great resource for you all to have. And if you'd like for me to resend that, I certainly can.
Michael, did you have more? Or?
I was gonna say yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything that's specifically highlighted for outcomes that might be able to be pulled out, just because we have so much information, would be helpful for me at least. Thanks.
Well, on that note, the question, probably the couple questions I have is, can you provide some objective evidence that real gaps are filled? When I say real gaps, one of the things that I've been a teacher for over 30 years, and one of the things that I've seen often is that gaps are filled kind of by a punch card system where the gap is not necessarily really filled, and standardized testing reveals the shortcomings, and then that's too late because now we have students that are not, getting the test they need to get into college, test score they need to get into college, things like that. So do you have a place where we can look to get some objective evidence of real educational gaps filled, as opposed to, kind of a grade that's given in a school is one thing. The kind of the data that's held by a school is one thing, but when we get to the larger society, and if we don't see a change in standardized testing or a closing of those gaps in standardized testing, then that would be of concern for me.
I would just add that the outcomes that we're sharing are based on case studies. And my hope is that this work is not, the gaps are not where our attention is. It's on the underlying causes of gaps. So I'm trying to think, Kelly, how, is there more that we could offer to kind of respond to that question?
I'm thinking through that as well. And I'm thinking through the impact case studies to help support that question, but just drilling down deeper into the data, I'd need to take more time and think that through.
You're looking for specifically standardized test results in relationship to districts who are doing this work.
Well, that would be one place to get objective data. That's data that that goes outside the building where the work is being done, because you know, it's very easy for by edict or perceived edict for changes to appear to take place, but ultimately they really haven't. And so standardized testing is one place where if year after year the standardized testing hasn't changed, then I'd be concerned as to whether or not the program actually achieved its goals.
But I think if you're looking at the educational disparities, such as attendance increasing or access to higher level courses increases, or your graduation rates increase, or your D to F rate decreases, that's going to go hand in hand with your academic achievement increase. And so, you know, I don't think, you know, in terms of isolating the academic achievement, and the opportunity to look at, you know, all of the factors that are involved in terms of promoting that academic.
Right. I guess that's what I'm saying. That's some of the internal data that can be achieved by edict or perceived edict. And when I say that, teachers may respond, and I have seen this occur. The teachers respond by essentially giving people what they think they want to see, what they think they want to see, and 2 years later, when those kids are taking a standardized test, really nothing's changed for them. The only thing that's changed is the data that was entered in a record in the school. And it may not have been based on anything solid and concrete. The other question that I have is what would you say is the reason, we've talked about the gaps, and I know, what would you say is the overriding reason for the gaps in the various subjects we've discussed?
That's a complex question. I think that's a pretty big part of what all the, you know, this framework, you know, part of this framework is unpacking that and looking at how history is alive in the classroom every day. And I don't think there's a single answer. I think that what we learn when we listen to people from, you know, that represent different cultural groups in the community is that there's no one perceived cause, that we have to, you know, we have to create a process by which the way in which folks in the community see history and they see the present, that all of those need to be included in how we analyze what the problem is. So I think for us to come in and tell you what the problem is in your district would be kind of a false first step. I think part of the journey is to really discover that and the complexity of that. You know, what is underlying achievement gaps in public education? That's part of the conversation.
And I would say also just the misconception that some people have about deep equity or equity work being, you know, this is one more thing we're going to do. This is one more addition. And really, it's all about a foundational process of doing what you already do every day. And so, you know, when you're looking at your grading practices, when you're looking at your homework policies, when you're looking at your fundraisers, when you're looking at your discipline of students, I don't know, award systems. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Are they truly done with a lens of equity? You know, is that homework assignment thought about with that lens of equity? So what I found in my personal experience in the district where I was superintendent, when we started to not do something in addition to, but to do what we always did with a really focused lens of equity, that's when we start to see changes. So when you ask, you know, can you identify what the problem is? You know, I think that the complexity of that, just like Benji said, you know, we certainly aren't aren't the group who are going to come in and identify what the problem is before we even know you as a district. But what I have found over time with districts is not the problem, but the opportunity is to really utilize deep equity as a foundational component of what you already do well every day. And it just extends it to doing it better than you did the day before.
Yeah, just add to that, Benji and Trudy. I think it's very important that you ask that question and we take it seriously, that we do look at what's causing these things. You know, are there aspects of how students are contributing? You know, families, teachers, administrators, policies. I think everything's on the table, I think, to look at. And I think our experiences has shown us that we don't come in and tell you what those aspects and dimensions are in that community. But it's absolutely, it's got to be at the forefront of all the conversation, because the gaps are caused by a lot of things, but and probably hard to kind of put a finger on any of it. There's a lot of different places where I think we can learn, we can evolve, and we can take accountability. But the solution is us. I mean, there's just no doubt about that the solution is us, and that's all of us. And it does involve, you know, accountability on all levels. I think even as learners, I think young people, particularly being involved in a process where they're also seen as stewards of equity, I think that really builds a sense of ownership that they can actually engage in that conversation. What are the things that they're doing that are getting in the way of their own education? What are the things we're doing as instructors that are getting in the way of reaching across difference? I mean, those are the critical questions. And I hope that those are questions that we continue to keep in the forefront, because I think that is what creates the fuel and energy to create solutions, because this is a strength-based process. It is about leveraging strength, but we also need to understand, like, what are the wounds that need to be healed, without a doubt.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any further? Okay. Dr. Herman, did you have any follow-up here?
No, just that I very much have enjoyed the conversation tonight, and really want to thank the folks from Deep Equity for giving your time this evening to help us understand what your organization is and is not. And that I hope this has been helpful to the board in understanding the direction and why we feel this is a good fit for our students, our staff, and our school district.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for coming, sharing your presentation with us. And I know this is going to be part of, certainly part of more conversation this evening, and part of conversation in the weeks to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to meeting you. All right.
All right, then we can move to our next item on the agenda, which, oh, okay. All right. I was thinking that was going to come in as we talked about assessment later. So, okay, that's fine.
I would like to know, this has kind of been talked about a little bit with the addition of the position. Is it possible to look at either March 8th or before there sometime, maybe restructuring so that it can be included rather than just an extra position, but it can be included within the positions that we already have?
That is a possibility. I do actually have a draft job description for you tonight, so you can take that with you to kind of understand what some of the components of the job duties are. And I think that's then a question I have to have with Dr. Herman about how we might rearrange the staff that we have available to make room for someone to help us with this work.
And I did, I think I got a hand there, and I apologize. We did promise that we were going to allow the, once the group had finished, that we would allow speakers. So My apologies. I did forget that. I saw your hand. The next speaker up would be Pam Ashley on reopening. My apologies, and I did forget. I'm glad you waved to me, so I have to acknowledge I did.
But it is kind of interesting how the comments were made about truly caring about what all the kids have to say and hearing their voice. There have been so many students that have come in here and talked or wrote letters or called in, and I feel like their voices are not being heard. They want to be back in school. I also find it interesting that you want to spend all this money on a program, but yet you can't get our kids back in school right now more than the little bit of time that they're in. I just find that kind of pathetic. And what happened at the start of this meeting, the call when they called in, our kids go through that on a daily basis. That happened to my daughter today. She was in the middle of a presentation. Everything shut out. This is not okay. It is not acceptable. You guys need to change that for our students. It needs to change now. I have a senior who is missing out on all the senior memories. We need to get the seniors back in, at least get the seniors back in all together. They need to be with their peers. They need that teacher interaction. And if you need to figure out a way where you need to shift things around so you can have both A and B group of all the seniors together at once, that needs to happen. They need that. They are losing valuable time. Their year is almost over. And what do they have? Nothing. How would you like it if that was your senior year? If this is what your senior year looked like? You don't know, because this has never happened to anybody. But you guys have the ability to make changes. Show them that you really care. Show them that you care about their voices. Because right now, those comments are just comments. Show the action. You have the ability to do that. And I'm begging you to please do that, because they need that. They need to be together. Even if they only have a couple months left of the school year, give them that. Show them you care. I'm begging you for every senior out there that wants to be in school. They want it. For those that don't want to be and want to stay remote, let them. That's their choice. But our kids have the choice to be in school together. Please, I beg of you, do something for them. And I stayed here just because I feel it's that important. And I see it in my daughter. I see it in students who are so excited to go away to college. And now some of them don't care. And I don't know if you guys realize what is happening to them. And if you don't have students in the district or seniors in the district, you may not understand. But it's something I see on a daily basis. I see it with my own kid, and I see it with the other kids. They need this. Show them that you truly care and get them back together. Please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And you have now we do have some other comments, but they are listed as end of meeting comments. So I'll hold those until the end of the meeting. Do you have more on? If you had more, yes. And again, I apologize for the logistics of the evening, as well as the as my forgetting to return to the comments. Thank you. Okay. So I think we're going to continue our discussion. If you had, Ms. Parker.
I think I'll just shorten this up. So it's been said both by Mr. Diggs and Mr. Mannheim that, we as a board, gosh, it wasn't sometime in the summer, finally, after a long time of creating goals, that process was a long process. But we all agreed that this was a goal. And so I feel that the district has presented what they believe will work in the best interest of our students. I think it just needs to come to a point of voting. I feel like if it doesn't pass, then we'll go back to the drawing board, extend the deadline of the goal. But I think we're going to get a lot of material to look through, and then we can, I believe it's coming to the board March 8th for vote. Yeah.
So did anybody else have any additional?
I do want to jump on, and I apologize for missing the beginning.
No, no
again.
worries.
This is more of an administrative question. I mean, I haven't had a chance to talk to the other board members about this, but something that I wanted to look at was, because there's such a contentious connection to this, I mean, I think maybe we could have looked at using parts of it. So I know I wasn't here for the part where we talked about the competitors that you reviewed, Dr. Herman, but I don't know if it makes sense to use bits and pieces of different ones to create our own equity program or whatever. And to your point, President Manheim, I know that equity has certainly been on our radar for a long time and is in certain need in this district. But we are on a bit of a timeline. I mean, in the sense of expedition, I mean, HB 2170 is sitting on the governor's desk. The Senate bill was already passed, 1485. So we do have a timeline to expedite some sort of course of action for some of this by the fall. So I mean, I leave it to the administration to advise us on the timeline, but I feel like we are a little bit under the gun to have to do some of this in reality. So help me out. Is that not the case?
Well, so, and I think we did talk about this from the beginning, which is, as a district, we realize that we have equity work to do. Absent of anything that's happening at the state level, there are culturally responsive teaching and leading standards that are being discussed. There is legislation that's coming out that's going to require us to provide evidence aligned with the Illinois State Board of Education's plan on equity and ensuring that we are documenting, and actually it's going to be added to the school report card for every district, how they're progressing on their equity journey, which is at this point, they haven't defined what all the equity commitments are as part of that measurement tool. And so that will be important for us to understand. I think that as we look at equity work in our district, there really are three components that are important. One is capacity building. As I have listened to people use the word lens, I just think about how I'm very fortunate I don't wear glasses, but I have friends that do, and I have colleagues that wear glasses, and how often when they put their glasses on, they see things very differently, right? You're able to amplify and see what's in front of you in a different light, in a different way. And I think one of the questions that you asked, Mrs. Fairgleet, is why would we not do the audit first and then the learning? But I think we have to develop our lenses a little bit. There are people in our district, and you've heard teachers talk tonight that said, we really want some training. We want to understand this better. We want to learn about how what we're doing in the classroom may impact students differently based on their experiences and where they've come from and what their needs are in the classroom. And all of those things are really important. And so being able to develop that lens for our leadership team and for our teachers is important as we do the work to understand what our data tells us about our students in our district and what their needs are. So I think the capacity building piece is one of the elements. I think the equity audit piece is another one of the elements. We have to understand, based on our information, our students, our data, our community, first of all, what comprises our community? You saw some changes that have occurred in the last 10 years in just our demographics. How does that impact our schools? What does that look like in the programs and services and opportunities and experiences that we are providing to our students. And one of the reasons why I think the deep equity people can't tell you a cookie cutter framework is because they have to come in and partner with that district in that community, and they have to understand what those needs are. And what we're experiencing in St. Charles is going to be different than what happened in DuPage 88, or what's happening in Naperville, or what's happening in West Chicago, or any of these other places, because their community is comprised of some different components that could be contributing to where they are. So I think the equity audit piece is kind of the second piece. And then the third piece that I would say is what people are calling equity commitments, but it's a point at which the board and the district kind of says, these are the things that we know if we work on these pieces, they're going to make a difference for our students, and they matter. Someone shared, actually Ms. McCabe sent me a framework that the state of Tennessee put together on for their whole state in their equity work. And this was actually done in 2018. So it's even pre-COVID and kind of pre-current context. And some of the things that they outlined are, what are the things that we know make a difference for districts as you begin to address some of the equity challenges that you're facing in your organization? And what are some of the commitments that you as equity leaders, as boards of education, as educators can make to address those in your district? And how do we know that they'll make a difference? So they've identified these equity commitments. They've identified common misconceptions around those equity commitments. And they've also referenced some research about what does research tell us about how we approach this. And someone asked the question tonight, how do we know that what we're doing really makes a difference? That it's really about the work that we're doing that's having the positive impact. And I think that that's one of the things that we know in education is that the research has to inform the work. So as we looked at partner agencies, those were some of the questions that we were asking. First of all, do you have a strong framework that will help us understand our district context? First question. Second, do you have a strong professional learning component that will help our staff develop their lens as they do work in classrooms, that they can better understand instructional strategies, the way that they're working and how it impacts students, how the things that are happening in their classrooms are perceived? You know, all of those things are component, how our school environment is perceived by parents, by community members, by students. All those pieces are important. And do you have a strong framework that helps with that piece? And then lastly, do you have a structure that allows us to commit together to some things to work on that would then be informed by the research? So all of those pieces were important, and different organizations have strengths in different areas. So for example, the Deep Equity Group, as we have talked to districts that have worked with them, have said that building capacity work that they do is actually very strong. I talked to the superintendent in Naperville. I called him and I said, okay, tell me about this. Like, how is it working in your community? How is it working in your district? And he said, we're having success. And we feel like that they're helping us work on some of the issues that are important for us as a district right now. And so that was important to me, because I feel like that district is similar to us in many ways, that they have some similar characteristics. There's some other things that are not similar, but hearing from him that they're helping them understand the issues that they need to address as a district is something that I think is important for us to think about. We talked to EAB. EAB has a stronger audit tool, but they don't have the professional learning component. So at the same level, they have a lot of research, they have a good audit tool, but they don't have the professional learning component, which is the piece that we also want to work on. We asked the National Equity Project to work with us. They said no. They said no, not because they don't want to work with us. They said no because they can't take on any more districts right now. They have too many clients and organizations that they're working with, and they're concerned that if they take on other districts, that it will cause them to be less effective in the work that they're doing with the districts that they're partnering with. So there are other agencies out there that are doing the work, but based on the conversations that we had both with the organizations and the districts that are using them, we felt like at this point the Deep Equity framework was the most comprehensive on at least the capacity building component.
So kind of, I guess, to clarify to that end, to my earlier question, since it sounds like we only did a comparison of two organizations, Deep Equity and then the other one, what I'm looking for is what are the criteria that you used and how did each one of those fare against that? And then if there, it sounds like we also have experiential commentary that can be added. I'm just looking for an overall evaluation of the two resources.
And we did actually
We did do
vet
three.
National Equity Project. We got all the way to the point where they had to agree to take us on. And we
Wow.
actually asked them to work with us. And honestly, I left that call thinking they were going to. And then they called, was a couple of days later
Yeah.
that we were told no.
Okay, thank you.
But we will definitely share. Dr. Pearson did a nice job right now, just verbally framing it. But yes, I will put that to paper.
Thank you.
And thank you for doing that, because that's kind of what I was looking for is, would it work to do all components of each? And it sounds like they're all, the other one was lacking, the other one doesn't have the time. And that's why this has the components. So I think some of the concerns that we have, maybe we can look at those as we ask for. We're not going to rehash all that. And then we can go from there in decision making. So
Well, and I think one of the things that we also heard them say tonight was that they customize to the district. So I think as we talk with them and plan with them, we look at the training that they've done for some other districts. And you look at the materials which they're going to provide. We can ask more questions and really plan intentionally with them, understand what our staff is looking for and how we can support them, and plan those agendas accordingly.
just one more clarifying questions. We still go back to your point about this beginning. I think it was President Manheim. This is the beginning of a process. And so that process still will include stakeholders in the community, parents and such people as we move forward, correct?
Yeah, and so it's interesting because one of the core components of this work is parent, student, and community voice. So
Student,
all
yes,
three of
thank
those
you.
pieces are important. And it's part of every group's equity audit or needs assessment process.
All right, thank you. I know this was a little bit of backtracking for me, so I appreciate everyone's patience.
So I actually had realized I had one more question for them before they left because I didn't know what the Yes Club was, and that it was referenced a couple of times but never explained. So I'll have
I
to
can
look
answer
up
that.
on my own.
I can answer that question if you want to know.
Oh, if you could, that would be great.
Many organizations that come and do periodic work with students, yes, would be one of those. I've also seen this with groups that come and do mental health work with students. They build the capacity of the students during some leadership experiences. But what they find is in order for that to be sustained, they put the structure of that learning and have an adult who's like a club advisor who helps keep the momentum of the student work going from fall to spring. And it's more of again, a capacity building thing. Unfortunately, because students' lives are so full, if we don't have some way to help them say, yes, we're going to meet again in November, it just doesn't happen. So a club is just a way to find the time and the space for kids to keep meeting so that they can keep their voice being heard.
All right. I had a couple questions written down here. I want to point out that the reason I asked the question about an objective way to look at gaps is as I said, I've been doing this for more than 30 years, and I've seen similar, not this specific organization, but similar programs come in with disastrous results for the adults and no change for the students. And I certainly don't want to spend money to do that, but I also don't want to spend the students' time, especially if they're saying it's going to take a couple of years before we're going to see results. That means it might be a couple of years before we know if we're going to see results. And I'd like assurance that they have a track record of objectively, not as I say, and there's the perception very often by teachers that this is what we're looking for, that the goal ultimately is, for example, to reduce the DNF rate. And so very often I've seen teachers simply comply by writing a different letter on a piece of paper, and that's it. And that does nothing for students. I don't want students to feel like they're getting something that they find out 2 years later they got nothing. Have we discussed this with the teachers union leadership? Has there been a discussion about this? Because I probably, I'm kind of putting on my teacher hat here. Wondering what the requirements, I guess it's a two-part question. What are the requirements that are going to that are going to be on the teachers for implementation? How might that become part of evaluations? And if that's the case, has it been discussed with the union leadership?
The idea of engaging in equity work, yes, has been discussed, and obviously teachers, part of our MTSS team, we've had conversations about our equity work and about partnering with Deep Equity, and we have received very positive results in terms of feedback of this journey. I wouldn't want to predetermine that it's necessarily going to change evaluations or anything like that. I think that goes back to being able to apply an equity lens. And as we all engage in this work and learn to ask maybe questions a little bit differently or to look at the data a little bit differently, that the union groups are going to be sitting side by side at the table with us having those conversations.
So in other specifically about Deep Equity and the choice for this organization, they were involved in that discussion.
We presented all of the work on equity to our district-wide MTSS committee, which is comprised mostly of district teachers. It wasn't for a vote necessarily.
No, well, no, I wasn't expecting a vote, but I just wanted to make sure that that's a way that information is disseminated to teachers. That's a way to make sure that the teachers all know what's coming down the pike for them with this. And so,
I mean, the other thing is because the board set the goal of having an equity plan in place, we have been very much promoting this with all of our stakeholder groups. We take seriously the goal that you set for us. So we have been talking about equity and the role it's going to play in all aspects of our organization since you set that goal last summer. So pretty much every conversation that we have with a teacher group, with any group that's talking about the future of our district, equity has played a part in that conversation. And we see Deep Equity as a partner in this work, but there's many other things that we can be doing parallel to our partner work with them. The change that you've seen in the way we present data to you. The fact that we're presenting everything by subgroup, that was a very intentional choice based on the fact that you set an equity goal. So we're changing the way that we present information to you now. Those would be examples of things, and the union fully supports that. So I think it's not about every micro decision. It's about making sure that as we're moving forward in our equity work, that we're bringing everybody with us. And you have a commitment that Dr. Pearson and I have been partnering very strongly with every component of the staff in the district to get us where we are now, and we will continue to do so moving forward.
Can I ask one follow-up to that, Mr. McNally? So as far as the recommendation, were any teachers part of developing this recommendation for Deep Equity, or was that you and Dr. Rouge, or who was the team that?
Dr. Pearson, me, I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared to answer that. Who else was on our calls?
Well, we've had some conversation with a couple of different stakeholder groups.
Yeah.
We've talked to senior leadership about it. I think we talked to joint leadership about it. So we've looked at some at it, but there was not like a selection committee like we would do a curriculum development team. This was about finding a partner organization to help us do our equity work. So that was done at the administrative level.
We also included some of our professional development folks on our team, since it would be a large component of what we were seeking was high quality professional learning too.
I know we're taking long and we have a long, but I'm wondering, I'm going to keep coming back to the instruction piece. And some of this is because of the work I do in the work I do now. So instruction is the key component. I totally agree on the equity and the bias work and all of that. But and I think this is tied to what Mr. McNally is talking about. If instruction does not change, we won't get new results. We might be better friendly. We might be a happier community, but we're still not taking good care of all kids. I want to be sure that we're looking at instruction and what the research says. And I'm afraid, I believe the speaker from Deep Equity talked about it. The language gets in the way of the politics of it. So when we talk about culturally responsive, there are people who get upset. But there are aspects to how we do things in the classroom when we're instructing concepts that we have to be sure that we are doing it in a way that all kids are learning. That doesn't mean lowering the bar by any means. So I'm curious, and you don't have to answer me now. I'm curious if the PLCs are actually looking at their instructional practice. Are they getting feedback? Are they looking at results, formative assessments? Are they getting the change to happen now instead of us waiting 2 or 3 years? So
I'm just going to share one example and then I can follow up with some more. This afternoon, we were at a school improvement planning process for the following school year. What do we want that to look like next year? How can learning and teaching better support each of the sites in having access to the data, supporting them in their professional learning needs? One of the things we did was shared an excerpt from one of our elementary schools from their winter data dive that they did with their building instructional leadership team. It would have been music to your ear, so maybe I'll send you the recording of it, because it was the principal and 3 built team members talking about their disaggregated data and looking at the growth by subgroup and celebrating some that they had some really wonderful growth, but saying our job now is to find out what caused that. You know, what did we do intentionally or inadvertently that led to this happening? And they said that the conversations that they're having at the PLC level and at the grade level, so for example, I think at that school, the 4th grade teachers had a certain lead measure that they were working on for, I think it was nonfiction reading comprehension. And based on the data and where they saw growth and where they didn't see growth, they said, we need to change our lead measure. We need to change some of the things we're focusing on second semester. They are letting the data inform instructional practices and priorities. So it is happening. I think that what some of the teams were asking us for were more what are some different strategies? Because people use the tools that are currently in their tool belt. So what are some additional strategies? Where can we find things that maybe work more effectively with English language learners than what we're currently doing? So I'm seeing a very open attitude to classroom and teachers to say that they want every kid to learn at high levels. And now that we're having the ability to give them more data in a way that they can see who's achieving and who's not, they want more tools to be able to close those gaps. And I think that's where, until we know exactly what we need, Deep Equity won't know what tools to teach us. I think they know some of the, the standard ones, but is it really going to be focusing on our English language learners? Is it really going to be focusing on our students with IEPs? Or are we going to have, say, We don't want to have it just be one, but we're going to have some triage groups. There's so many different ways you can have equity teams moving forward with the work. That's really what they're going to do, is build our capacity to make those decisions for what that's going to look like here.
I just want to kind of say this has been a really great discussion at the board table. I just want to say that we have 4 more presentations. It is 7:39 and we have citizens who are waiting to make comments afterwards.
Can we suggest we do them now? So they don't have to wait?
That is one of the reasons why that I have really the next thought that I had. And I don't know that this is something, my own personal views, I don't think we can vote on this at least based on what I know right now. Now, maybe when we get the information that we've requested from them, the specifics of the workbooks and things like that, might be in a better position if we get those in a timely manner. I just don't know. And I don't know if again, if this is not being driven by a law, then I don't know that there's the same urgency in voting in this in March. I may be alone in that, but
Well, perhaps another way to approach it too is maybe to split, and maybe you were going to do this already, Mr. Manheim, but to split the 2 items for vote on the agenda in March. So one being for the dedicated role, if we ultimately go that route, for the diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then a second related to the program.
again, that if it's still occurring in March, if I don't have the data in a timely manner, and if I don't have materials in order to review it in a timely manner, I don't feel that I can give. That's stuff that I wish I had already seen. And and I do hope they are sending us a complete workbook as opposed to selected pages from a workbook, because I can make whatever it is. They're selling us a product. We need to remember that. And they can send us the 10 best pages out of a 200-page workbook, and we might think it's wonderful, and there's 190 pages that are horrible. So I want to see everything that we're going to be looking at before I buy. I wouldn't just, that's why I don't just kick the tires when I go to buy a car. I want to see more than the tires. So, and so far I don't think I've seen nearly enough. That's my own view. I don't know how others feel on the matter.
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in. I think to Mrs. Barker's point, I think we can't belabor stuff tonight. I am getting really stressed out about how much work we have to do tonight. So I think to Mrs. Fairgreave's point, let's split it on the agenda and move on. We have hours of closed session to go through tonight, so we cannot keep belaboring stuff, Mr. McNally.
I'm aware of that. That's why I want to have wanted to find out if that's what everybody wants to do, is put it on the agenda. That doesn't address the concern that I've just indicated. But if that's what the consensus is,
I just don't know if anyone's really prepared at this time to go one way or the other. And I don't know that we have the time to debate it. So I think we can.
So we have to decide if it's going to be on the agenda or not.
Point was good that we separate them and kind of go from there.
And I will do my best to make sure all the information you requested to receive in a timely manner.
Thank you. Okay, then the next item up, and did we want to discuss, and that would be something certainly if those involved as well would be interested to allow them to,
I would like to offer that to the people who are in the audience, because we have another hour's worth of work, I think, in front of us, and I don't think anybody needs to stay if they don't want.
but that's what we're discussing. Did you want to have the citizens' comments moved up in order to not have to wait, or? Okay. So I guess we can start out with, I'm sorry?
Are we actually able to do that? Okay, yeah, it's a committee meeting.
Okay. So the first speaker up is JT, is it Pinex, a student. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to wait till the end of the meeting? We're affording you the choice. Okay, absolutely. Fully understand. Fully understand. Oh, the other one is the live mic, I believe.
Hello, everybody. My name is TJ Pinex. How are you guys? I'm a junior at St. Charles North. So the other day in Spanish class, wait, can I take this mask? Okay, okay. So the other day in Spanish class, a colleague was telling me about her audition for the next play. That is the theory of relativity. I was intrigued, so I did some research and found that the theory of relativity play is the following. This unconventional and moving musical drama examines the interconnectedness of all people through an array of diverse life experiences. And I thought it was kind of cool because I plan on starting a club that brings different types of people together in order to understand one another better, from small things to huge things in society and culture. Like some people don't understand why Black people eat the food we eat. For example, chitlins. One time I was talking to some friends and I mentioned chitlins and they were so grossed out. They had never heard it before and they immediately thought it was disgusting. But for me, this food has been a part of my history since slavery. It was a scrap foods that were given to the slaves, which my friends had no clue. I wasn't necessarily mad because I could understand that no one taught them that, but it still made me feel a certain type of way. And there are certain things I don't understand about others. There have been numerous times where I have noticed my Asian friends or my white friends do something that is considered normal to them, but a mystery to me. And numerous examples in society that show that sometimes we all don't truly understand the motives of people who aren't like ourselves on the big scale and small scale. But that is okay. Like when I first moved out here, I'd say something and everyone would respond with, huh? I learned to not try to be more like my friends and not internalize the initial anger that came with these findings, but instead I moved to hope. I went from anger and internalization to hope in a way of expressing myself. Now there are things my friends have learned from me and vice versa. Equality does not mean ignoring everyone's differences, but to accept everyone for being different and potentially being able to go from small stuff like this to major stuff in society, creating a community of comfort for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next would be Ian Stevenson, if you are ready to speak now. Okay. And then next would be Danielle Penman, again, if you're ready to speak now, or if you prefer to wait. I'm assuming now.
I'm Danielle Penman. I have a son who's a senior at East and a fifth grader at Munn Hall. And I wanted to talk about equity tonight. And I came in prepared with something else, and listening to the presentation and listening to the board conversation kind of changed what I wanted to say. I listened to a lot of the words that were spoken from the presenters from Deep Equity, and I heard some of the ones that you did and you mentioned: lens of equity, capacity. I looked at the words on their PowerPoints: inclusion, equity, excellence. They talked about listening more deeply, relationships, having the highest values, honesty, community engagement, partnership, accountability on all levels. Solution, the solution is us. Getting the young people involved, engaging the young people, engaging the community. Listening up was one of the words on their screen. Yes was another one of the words on their screen. And then I heard under the gun by one of the board members. And we got to expedite. I've been in this district and living in St. Charles for almost 20 years now. And I will tell you, having talked to residents that have been born and raised in this district, There have been inequity issues across this district for decades. And I look at this board and what they represent as members of our community. We have a board member here, Ms. McCabe, who is a former assistant superintendent in the district. We have a community member and parent who's on the board, who's in the business world, who's running for a second term. We have a member who is serving out her first term, who's a teacher, who's a parent in the district, and community member. Mr. McNally, you're running for a third term on the board. You're a teacher. Our superintendent, Dr. Pearson, you have come up the ranks in this administration and now are our superintendent. Mr. Mannheim, you'll be stepping away from the board after serving 2.5 terms. And then we have Mrs. Weibel, you're seeking a second term and you're a parent in the district. We have our chief academic officer who's been here for a year, but previous administrator who's going to be leaving our district to pursue a different avenue in her career. I want to tell you, as I stand here before you as a parent in this community who's volunteered and seen, I know that there's inequities. I don't understand why we have to pay such a high price to an organization to come in. Sit here with your key stakeholders, your parents, your students, your teachers, yourselves. Dr. Pearson, you guys sat here and said that the only people that were involved with deciding this decision was you guys, some administrators. The teachers weren't involved. We need to be us. It's us that are going to make the change. We know a lot of the inequities that are going on in this district. I can tell you 10, 15 off the top of my head. I've stood here and asked you guys to do some things about the inequity issues myself. I don't need an expensive program to tell me some of the issues that are going on in this district. I don't need you to hire an equity officer to tell you guys some of the things that we already know, that the students already know, that the teachers already know, that the support staff already know. We know a lot of the issues, and we can fix a lot of the issues. I don't want to create more problems by bringing in outsiders to start to help us identify the issues that we already know exist. I think we can do a much better job. And I would hope that all of you could do a much better job. Our community has faith that you will do a better job, and I hope you do. And I don't know if having Deep Equity or another organization coming in here can do the work that we need to do. Thank you for your time.
And I flip that over to, okay. So I think we can now move on safely to our item B, which is early entrance to kindergarten and first grade protocols and accelerated math criteria.
Close enough? You can hear me? Great. My friends are not friends with you. All right, so thank you. Yes, we're going to segue to talking about early entrance to kindergarten and first grade protocols and accelerated math criteria. No. Okay, this next slide, please. Okay, so tonight we have two things to discuss, and for your information, I want to share some changes to procedures for early entrance to kindergarten and early entrance to first grade, and then some changes to criteria for placement in accelerated math at the middle school. Next. So this aligns to our strategic commitments to providing learning experiences that prepare our students for successful futures. Next. So two policies that this aligns to is 635, accelerated placement program, and 750, school admissions and student transfers to and from non-district schools. Next. So nationally, when we think about whole grade acceleration, it impacts about 1% of the students. And so when we think about early entrance to kindergarten, it is a form of whole grade acceleration. And it's deemed only appropriate for those students who demonstrate advanced skills. This is a decision that can have long-term effects and has the potential to affect a child throughout his or her school career and social life, even moving forward. So just because a student demonstrates high academic skills does not mean that early entrance is appropriate. We must consider a child's maturity, personal development, and motor skill development as part of this process. Next. So previously, in order to be eligible for early entrance to kindergarten, a child must have attended a group preschool. Parents were required to pay for an outside evaluation. As we think about equity, we are seeking to remove barriers to access and opportunities for all students and families. Not all families can afford preschool or choose to send their children simply because of their beliefs. The cost of an evaluation can be a barrier. Thus, as part of the new procedures, preschool is not a requirement, and the district will conduct the screenings for students. For part one, we will be looking for students to be screened using the Fast Bridge assessment, which is an assessment that we currently use at the early grade level. And we're looking for students to have composite scores in reading and math at the 95th national percentile rank or higher. Each assessment takes about 15 minutes to administer and can be administered by any staff member certified to administer the Fast Bridge assessment. If a student meets this requirement, we would move on to the second phase, which requires assessments of cognitive abilities and visual motor skills that would need to be administered by a D303 psychologist, which is about 2 hours of assessment time. We would be looking for students to score at the superior level in terms of cognitive ability and on average for kindergarten in terms of social emotion development and fine motor skills. We're estimating the total cost per student needing an evaluation to be about $300. And this would account for testing materials and staff member time. $300 per evaluation. If they went through all levels of the evaluation, both part one and part two, it would be about $300. Next. Like early entrance to kindergarten, early entrance to first grade is a form of whole grade acceleration and is only appropriate for students who have advanced skills. The same considerations apply when making this decision. Policy 750 outlines the first two criteria needed for early entrance to first grade, which are that a student must have attended a non-public preschool, continued his or her education at that school through kindergarten, and the child's kindergarten teacher must have been an appropriately licensed teacher. A change to the procedures we'll be making is similar to the early entrance to kindergarten, and we'll be using D303 staff to conduct those screenings. Next. Under the Accelerated Placement Act, we can still consider students for early entrance to first grade. So if a child does not meet those first two criteria outlined in that first pathway, students can still be screened for high ability, and we will follow the same process as we would for early entrance to kindergarten. Next. Would it be beneficial to stop after this before moving on to the next criteria?
Does anybody have any need to ask any? Does anybody have a need to ask questions? If we do, it looks like we do.
So typically how is this group of students that are interested in following one of these pathways defined? Typically, is it usually age if they're below the?
Right, so L&T School Code says that to enter into kindergarten, the child must have have had their fifth birthday by September 1st.
Okay.
And first grade at 6 by September 1st.
Okay. And typically how many students come to us through one of these pathways today?
So it's been less than 10 students in the past 2 years. So again, when we think about 1% of students nationally, it's pretty reflective of it's a small group. But okay. Again, I do feel like it is prohibitive if a family has to go through this entire process, seek out an outside psychologist, pay for an evaluation, and have their student meet that criteria.
Okay, thank you.
So the reason I agree with this, having gone through this as an administrator in this district, the issue was summer work and the psychologist. So if we will be paying them, because often the parents for early entrance kindergarten came during the summer when school wasn't in session. We want to move our kid up. Sorry. So have you talked to the school psychologists and they're all good with being able to do that? Because that was an issue in previous years.
Yeah, so in working with Dr. Palagi and also with Karen Pratt, one of the psychologists, she was part of developing this process. What we talked about is offering opportunities for families to take care of some of this initial screening, right? That first layer of screening can be done by a staff member that's not a psychologist, and that would be done in spring, typically April or May. And then we would find a psychologist that could do that in early, kind of late May, early June to be able to do that screening, but that we would not be going into the late summer months to conduct this screening. So currently our process is that you have to have all of this done by June 1st.
So we're changing policy here or just procedure?
I'm sorry, procedure. Currently our procedure is to have all of this done. Parents have to have all of this placed by June 1st.
Are there other? Okay, then you can probably continue on.
All right, new criteria for accelerated math. Next. So just wanted to remind everyone of what the middle school math pathways are. So we have 3 pathways available to students. So tonight we're really focusing on that middle pathway, which is the accelerated pathway. Students that are in that are clustered into special accelerated sections and complete work beyond their same age peers. So in 6th grade, you can see that students they complete a compacted 6th and 7th grade math. In 7th grade, they complete a compacted 7th and 8th grade math. And then in their 8th grade year, they're taking high school algebra. Next. So on the left-hand side, you'll see what has been previously in place. So that was the criteria that was established back in 2017. And since then, you're well aware that we have replaced performance series as our assessment in math achievement to be iReady, which uses a completely different scale score system. And so the required score of the 500 that you see in the new core criteria on the right is reflective of the fact that we have switched to iReady. Now, how did we come about getting that score? So the required score of 500 is derived from information provided by iReady about scores within their system that they deem will put a student on a pathway to be algebra ready by 8th grade. We also looked at our local data and we examined the scores of students who had been placed in the accelerated math program under the guidance of the previous criteria and looked at what their iReady score profile looked like. And so from this, the score of 500 was determined. On the COGAT scale, a standard 8 score of 100 is considered average, or at the 50th national percentile rank. The 105 was set in place as this was the historical average of students in D303 in 5th grade. And just for your information, the 5th grade this year, the average was 108. One of the other things you'll notice on there also is putting in that if a student receives a score of 5 or higher on the state assessment, so given the fact that we do give the IAR the state assessment, if a student earned a 5, we would accept that in lieu of the other 2 criteria and place that child into the accelerated math pathway. Next.
Can I ask an obvious question, or do you want me to wait till the end?
Can I finish this one?
Yep,
And then
sorry.
no. And then, so in terms of moving students to 6th to 7th grade in terms of the accelerated math pathway, what you'll see on the left-hand side was the scores that were previously required for students, again, under performance series, and then the new criteria. And again, that 530 is derived from the information about iReady, about scores within the system that would put students on that pathway to be algebra ready by 8th grade. And we use that 500 as the baseline. So you need 500 to be into the 6th grade based on what iReady said with their calculations. 530 would be the score to we would be looking at to move the student from 6th to 7th grade. And I think one of the things we're going to mention is we did drop the nonverbal portion of the COGAT. So you'll see that change there. So we're only looking at the quantitative score of the COGAT and not requiring that nonverbal. And certainly when we looked at students overall, when we looked at a student's profile, that nonverbal score was one of the scores that was keeping students from qualifying. So they might have had a really high iReady or performance series score, a high quantitative, but that nonverbal score was not where it needed to be. And so we want to eliminate that barrier for students. Next. The question.
Okay, now I'm going to ask my question.
Yes.
So-
Like according to the committee members.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So I just have a quick question. So I'm just assuming, I'm sorry, that those numbers are equitable, as you stated, from what they used to be to the iReady. The only thing that is new is that you've included the exceeded standards. Is that correct?
So equitable in terms of as much as you can compare the 2
Right.
assessment systems. So the score from performance series was derived from examining where do the standards, like what standards does the student show if they're at that level, and would that make them ready for algebra? And
Mhm.
so we then looked at what I already said here, based on our system, makes kids ready. If they score in this range, they're ready to be in algebra.
Okay, thanks.
And then, yes, the addition of the 5 is a new, again, trying to open up another pathway for students to qualify.
What I don't see on here, I see an addition. So yes, partly an elimination of a barrier, but I don't see, us taking it into another way. So performance isn't in the classroom isn't accounted for, and as well as you could have a student who may have a score that's like just barely under these scores, or you've got and here, so you have to get a score of 4. But if you got a 103 on the COGATs, or let's say like a 528, you're just out. So I think I would like to see something else where there is a point where we can say, like, we just don't go hard cut scores on accelerated, so that there's some ability to have a little bit of choice if a student is interested and is getting, performs well in the classroom, and then, maybe skimming, or maybe they just really like the subject, maybe math or maybe ELA, whatever it might be, and they can make a choice to try for challenging. Like, it's more similar to what we do in the high school. So I know that's my thought, and I don't know how everyone else feels about it.
I'll jump in on that because it was something that kind of popped into my head when we saw what you're talking about, average and fairly close to what the cutoff was. I think we've had, in the past, we've had the ability to appeal, or I don't know if that's really the right word, but to request consideration, haven't we, in this?
I think when we look at students that are very close within that range, so if we do have a student that's within that range and close, I do reach out to the classroom teacher to get information. We look at other data points on that student. So we try to find as much information as we can to help guide that decision. I do work with the counselors at the middle school. I do work with them to find out how's that student performing in the class. What other data points do we have on that student that maybe this isn't representative of them in terms of those scores. So one of the things that we talked about potentially with a group of teachers and administrators I was working with is, do we potentially want to look at within iReady, so domain. So right, we know that 500 gives you an overall score, and let's say your geometry score was the one that was really bringing down your overall score, but your algebra and your numbers and operation scores were really high. And that would make you successful in that class, and that would be really useful to you in terms of being successful in algebra. So one of the things we want to look at is domain-specific criteria that we could potentially look at to evaluate students in a different lens.
Well, that kind of answers, does that answer it for you as well? So I think it was similar questions, actually.
Well, yeah, I think I'd like to see some more specification, that there would be some more digging, and we would be looking further than just, final cut scores for our students. Accelerated is one thing. When we talk about, a gifted program, so if you're going up another level beyond that, then I would say, yeah, we need to cut it at a final score, because it's a small program. But this really is just, it's accelerating the same curriculum, essentially moving it faster. So I just wonder if there's something more we can add to it. And maybe Dr. Pearson, I don't know what your thought is about that. I know we've had discussion in the past.
Yeah, so I mean, just philosophically, I want as many students in Algebra 1 and 8th grade as possible. So it's considered to be one of the indicators of college readiness. And so finding ways to increase access is critical. So if it means looking at our criteria and finding ways to do that, I think right now you're trying to equate our old process to our new data points, but I think that needs to be part of a broader conversation.
And certainly to go in terms of being more formalization, in terms of what are those domain specifics, or what are those other assessments that we would be looking at. But I do feel that in terms of, we do have some students, that are requesting to be in classes, and we want to make sure that it is an appropriate fit for them, because one of the things that sets kids to be successful is the appropriate amount of challenge. And so we want to make sure that that's what we're considering as well. And certainly motivation and student desire is also something that's not quantifiable. I would agree. But we want to be able to, again, have some of those measures, see where they're performing. That gives us that sense that they would be successful in that placement.
This is an equity issue. This is a gatekeeper. This is the kind of, and so it may be that we have to build some language. So if Dr. Roosh someday decides to retire, we know that the next person who comes in is going to have the same, that this is the philosophy of the district. So I'm good with this, but I think the point is it isn't just a cut score, it's more. And that we're not being subjective, but we're also being objective with all of the child and not just one piece.
Any other questions?
Any other comments on that?
Great, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next item up is the high school high school achievement growth data. Trying to jump to the next one too quickly.
For this agenda item, we have a recorded presentation, and then several of us will be available for questions.
This is the School District 303 High School PSAT SAT data presentation for the February 6th. L&T Committee. Today's presentation is aligned with policy 6.15, school accountability, and connected to school board commitments regarding learning opportunities responsive to the whole child, the allocation of community resources to ensure growth, achievement, and social emotional development, as well as district strategic commitment to provide our students with innovative learning experiences that prepare them for post-secondary careers and higher education. The data used in tonight's presentation are all students that have a PSAT or SAT data within the time periods listed in the presentation. Students that were at a different school, they might have been at L&T Community College, Fox Valley, Mount Place, that did take the test, are brought back and brought into their home school. You will see 8th grade data in the presentation, and it has been reorganized so that the 8th grade data aligns with where the student either is or will be going to school in 9th grade. Let's begin by looking at the student achievement, evidence-based reading and writing data for the high school. We're going to begin by looking at data cohorts. So you'll see that unless it was the class of 21, which are current seniors, we'll see their data across time. So that group with fall of 20, which is their current year, that 19, 18, 17, which will also be their junior, sophomore, freshman, and 8th grade years. We'll do the same for each cohort.
12th grade students. This is the class of 21 on their fall 2020 test as 12th graders. This was their 11th, 10th, and 9th grade. Our current 11th grade as 10th and 9th grade. Our current 10th grade as sophomores and freshmen. And our current freshmen. And this is growth from 8th grade to 9th grade year. All of these, the 9th grade is the growth from 8th grade to 9th grade. You won't see an 8th grade mark because there's nothing, that's the baseline established. We're going to the same information by East High School. By North High School. And now we're going to look at it again as groups of students. Again, a reminder of the demographic breakouts. District, just the high school. So when we begin, we're going to look at our race ethnicity categories. The three cluster here is students that are student race ethnicity of Asian across 3 years. Again, it's all students across grade levels in these groups. Black students, Hispanic students, 2 or more race, and white. Now we'll look at growth by gender. EL learner. Students with an IEP. Students of economic disadvantage. Some observations from the evidence-based reading and writing information. For achievement, there is a slight decrease in the percent of all students meeting the benchmark over the past 3 years. There's a significant gap between the percent of students who met the benchmark for Black and Hispanic groups. There's a significant gap in the percent of students who met the benchmark for students with IEPs and who are EL. For growth, there was less growth for all students on the fall 2020 test than in the previous 2 years, but the overall trend has been downward. There is a significant gap in the growth of students who are EL. Now we're going to go through the same process looking at the math data. Again, we have the same cohort concept. Current seniors are the class of 21, juniors are 22, sophomores 23, freshmen 24. The same idea with how we back mapped. Just understand that ISB has math set at 540, College Board is 530. And then how it looks here is we kept the 540 for the spring, kept that for the fall of grade 12. And then the fall of 11 is a 520, fall of 10 is a 500, fall of 9, 9th grade is 480, and the fall of 8th grade is 460. Again, we're looking at cohorts. This is the class of 21, which is our current grade 12 students. This is their fall data over time. So fall of 20 was this year. Fall of 19, 18, 17, and 16 back to 8th grade. Our current juniors back to 8th grade. Sophomores, and then freshmen. Again, the green represents the ISB College of Career Readiness line, and the yellow represents the College Board College of Career Readiness line. Blue would be students that ISB is indicated to have exceeded standards, and the orange and the reddish color are students below. Let's look at achievement by building for math. St. Charles East. St. Charles North. Again, asking for benchmarks, we have to go back to the spring of 2019, where the SAT is a state test where we can get this data. Again, these are the benchmark districts we've used. This is from the presentation back then. The alphabetical listing, D303, state average, and the weighted benchmark average. We're going to look at the same math data for achievement by groups. Reminder of the demographic breakouts. As we begin, we're going to look at race ethnicity for math achievement. Again, remember the green is the ISB benchmark, yellow is the College Board. So these are the Asian students, all Asian students in the high school across this time period from fall of 20, that was this year, prior year, fall of 2 years ago. Black students, Hispanic students, students of 2 or more races, and white students. So data by gender for math. EL learners, students with an IEP, students of economic disadvantage. Let's look at math data growth. Using the same idea, we took the College Board projected growth numbers and we back mapped it to every score point. Again, students in the blue group have met or exceeded their projected growth by 30 or more points. Students in the green group met it or exceeded by up to 20 points. Yellow, they missed it by 20 or fewer points. And orange, they missed it by 30 or more points. Look at the cohort group, the current 12th grade. This is the district. When they took it this fall, grade 11 fall, 10 fall, 9 fall. Again, growth goes from 8th grade up to 9th grade, the change in score, then 9th grade to 10th grade, 10th to 11th, 11th to 12th. Current juniors, current sophomores, grade 9. Looking at the math data by building, St. Charles East, St. Charles North, but with the same data by groups. Again, a reminder of the demographic breakouts. Now we're looking at growth by groups. So race ethnicity, again, this part with the Asian students, fall 20, which is this year, 19 and 18. Black students, Hispanic students, students of 2 or more races, and white students. Same information, math growth for the district for female and male, the gender group. EL learners, students with an IEP, students of economic disadvantage, observations from the math for achievement. The percent of all students meeting benchmark over the past 3 years has been fairly stable. There's a significant gap in the percent of students who met benchmark for Black and Hispanic groups. There's a significant gap in the percent of students who met the benchmark for students with IEPs who are EL and who are economically disadvantaged. For growth, for each cohort, the largest growth year is fall 8th grade to fall 9th grade, with less growth in subsequent years. There's a modest gap in the growth of students who are Black, Hispanic, EL, and students with IEPs. Action steps. Explore using iReady as a progress monitoring and intervention tool in reading and math through the 9th grade year. Remember, this is a tool we use in, actually we're using it in kindergarten through 8th grade now. Review and revise Tier 1 instruction in all classes to differentiate for student needs in reading. Continue to use PSAT subscore data to inform math and English CDTs and refinement of course curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Research other high schools who have closed the achievement gap and growth gaps for students and groups in reading and mathematics. Thank you.
Are we? Okay. I can-
Process of identifying and rectifying prerequisite skill deficits for students in grades 9 through 12. Our first action step was to present to you the progress that we had made, as well as the process by which we engaged in this work. This timeline outlines the work we have done since the onset of the school year, as well as displays the work we remain committed to as the year progresses. In October, we shared the work that had been completed by PLCs and course teams on our fall school improvement days, as well as the work that naturally occurred during the dates in between the September and October SIP days. Since October, we have continued to progress through our curriculum, which included opportunities for teachers to progress monitor and assess their students' progress towards proficiency on the identified prerequisite skill deficits, which we defined as earning a C or better on classroom assessments. Opportunities have existed and continue to exist to monitor student progress, provide opportunities for remediation, and report the degree to which students are demonstrating competency. This slide shows an example of a skill gap roadmap that remained to be addressed through the natural work of our PLCs and course teams. At the time of our last presentation, this skill was still in the process of being taught and acquired by our students. The timing of the instruction and the opportunities for support were identified by our teachers and has served as a roadmap towards student proficiency. Next, we have an updated version of this slide, which now identifies the type of assessments used to ascertain that 96% of our students in East and North high schools have demonstrated proficiency on this skill, which was identified as earning a C or better on assessments. Furthermore, tiered support opportunities exist for students who continue to work towards proficiency on this prerequisite skill.
As of last week, 67% of the skill gaps identified have been closed. 54 gaps that have not been closed are scheduled to be included and assessed in third and fourth quarter assessments. One example of such a skill is probability in the statistics standard in Algebra 2 and Algebra 2 Honors. This skill is embedded in the statistics unit, which falls at the end of the second semester in the curriculum. Of all of the gaps measured as closed, the average percent of students demonstrating proficiency, as evidenced by a C or higher on the assessment, is 89% across all content areas. As we continue our focus and commitment to closing identified skill gaps, a number of actions will be taken. In addition to addressing the gaps scheduled to be included in the second semester curriculum, we will continue to spiral and embed opportunities for students to practice, refine, and build these skills. This will take place not only during formal class time, but at extended learning sessions as well. We will continue to include and encourage access to Khan Academy SAT Prep, which is focused on the essential skills and standards included in our curriculum. Our student services and data teams will continue to monitor students' academic progress and support their growth through partnerships with the students, their teachers, and their parents. Our PLCs will continue to measure and monitor student achievement and proficiency with the identified skills and document gap closure on the skill gap roadmaps. We thank you for your ongoing support and commitment to our students as we ensure they are prepared for their next steps academically.
So, any thoughts, comments, questions?
So I'm available to answer questions, as is Mr. Shazar, and our two high school principals are here.
I don't think I have any questions. I do think that, at least right this moment, but I do have a comment. I really have to have blinders on not to have seen the issues of equity within that data set that we looked at for the PSAT and SAT it was striking and alarming. So I wanted to make that comment because we rolled right into the next one and didn't really say anything about it.
I just have really two, unless, sorry, I don't need to jump ahead. Okay. The first question is 54% of the identified gaps are scheduled to be addressed in third and fourth quarters. Is that the remainder of what we're seeing as the gaps, or is there something ongoing beyond that?
Those were the gaps that were identified from the fourth quarter instructional challenges that we faced during the first part of the COVID crisis. So of those identified gaps, those are the ones that still remain to have some reteaching or some more intense instruction from the faculty.
I assumed that it was what remained. I just wanted to make sure I understood what I was reading. And the other question I had was, were you able to get the data that I had requested last time, the comparison to my minority districts and our subgroups with relation to those districts that serve primarily those students?
One of the challenges that we're facing is that we don't have a lot of current data. Districts, like the data we're sharing with you is our PSAT data that we choose to give in the fall, and most districts don't readily share that. So the comparison data that we had for our typical like districts benchmarks was back to spring of 2019. So we were working to analyze this current data. We can definitely go back and find other schools who have achievement gaps but it would be back to, again, spring of 2019 is the most recent data we have for any kind of comparison to another school district.
Well, that's, again, to me, that determines, there's certainly deficits that we see, but, how much of that is due to what we're doing, and how much of that may be, how much of, depending on how we compare with them in those categories, it could indicate we're doing something quite well relative to those districts. And that's something I'd like to know, that for me to determine whether or not we have some procedural problems, I need to know how other districts that are serving those same demographics, how those demographics perform.
We can definitely.
That would include districts similar to ours and districts that serve primarily those demographics.
We will work to gather that data. Again, it would be from a couple years old now, but we will work together some more comparison data for you.
It's a comparison that I think is important. Okay. Any other? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Weibel.
Yeah, that's okay. I would like to go back to what Mrs. Barker talked about with that first presentation. I agree. That data is disturbing. It goes back to when we talked about the F report that came out. I'm not sure how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. The action steps that you had at the end of the presentation, I do not feel that those are aggressive enough. I would like to see different ones. I would like to see extended ones. I think the secondary presentation that kind of talked about what else you're doing was helpful. I think the data that I saw with the SED group, the IEP, the EL, the minority groups, the equity issue we have that is glaringly obvious in the 9 through 12 data that we're looking at it's awful. I mean, I know we know it, and I know we're not on a deadline. We've talked about, the legislation but our kids are on a deadline. I mean, it's really bad. We have to start, and I know the principals are addressing this. So it's not a slight to the principals. We have got to change the way we're dealing with our kids. It is obvious in the data in which they're learning, how it's reflected in their scores, we are not teaching to every kid the same. It is not working. I don't know. Where are we with what we talked about at the last learning and teaching, where we were going to try to bring in certain groups 5 days a week? I know our principals have been calling homes and getting attendance records to see who of that 77% of our students are in building. Are we any closer to try to get these groups in 5 days a week? Does anyone have an answer for that? Sorry if I'm putting you on the spot.
No, I had that conversation this morning with our senior leadership team, but I know the principals. I actually called Mr. Richter about a student last week that we were trying to target to bring in. So I know they have been intentionally working to bring students that needed additional support. I didn't know if you had additional information to add, either Ms. Christensen or Mr. Richter.
And again, I apologize for my lack of preparedness without sending you questions ahead of time, but it's been a little dicey of a week.
That is correct. We have been targeting students who have been demonstrating a greater need to be able to access the help and support they need more regularly. Since I can't remember the exact date since we started tracking, but we've brought over 85 students back in the building on a A/B basis, based on their identified need as a result of our weekly SST reports that our data teams consistently are looking through. Those are led by our deans and are in partnership with the social workers and school counselors as well. So that's been one of the steps that we have taken to help increase the level of support and engagement for students who have identified as needing that.
85 in both schools or individual, like combined?
There's at least 85 at East.
85 at East.
Yes.
Okay, so there's, I'm sure, a number at North as well.
I don't know that exact number, but I can definitely look that up. Yeah. And I think the other reason we've brought students back for academic reasons, we've also brought students back, found ways to get them in 5 days a week for SEL reasons as well, to meet their needs.
So it seems to be like it's an individual basis versus like a full rollout, which it's certainly a start to get them.
It is. The challenge is the classes.
Is the schedules.
Yeah, the classes that they're in and the number of students in the classroom that are also in person, and that differs for a student's period 2, 4, 6, and 8. And so we might be able to get them into a classroom for period 2. We're already at capacity for 4 and 6, and maybe could get them in for 8. And so that's the challenge that we've been running into.
Yes, but it is very targeted.
You both for the efforts on that. I know that calls have been going out just from people in the community. And so I appreciate that we're working in as many students as we can right now. I just would encourage you to, as you are, continue to do so to help the demographics that of students in need that we're seeing. It's just hard to see. So thank you.
I have a clarifying question. How long do we follow EL students after they are no longer considered EL? Is it 2 years?
It is 2 years, yes.
I don't know if you are keeping an eye on that, but my guess would be it wouldn't hurt to make sure that once they have, that they are continuing to grow. And I also wondered, there's a statement in here that says that kids' growth is really good between 8th and 9th grade, and then it starts going down. And the conversations that needs to happen. I understand about differentiation, but I think it's clear if the tier 1 instruction is not, I'm on an instruction kick today. If the tier 1 isn't strong, differentiation isn't going to be the answer. And so those kinds of issues, I'm assuming PLCs are looking at. I do appreciate all the work that that entails and what teachers have to do. And I'm worried that we have to be ready in August, because we have a lot, if we have gaps, we have a lot of work to do, and we can't waste another period of time. We have to really make things go. Thank you for the data. Thank you to your team. It's a lot of work, I know, but it's critical to our kids, so thank you.
One of the other things that I just wanted to comment, it's difficult to show this across the K-12 system since they're different tests, but we included the iReady and then we included the PSAT because that's what the state, or that's what we have, data we have available this year. But the gap is just widening. If we had a way to show the trajectory, you know, when we looked at the K-8 data, we saw that it's, as they travel through our system, the gap for many of our subgroup just continues to grow. So while the gap is greatest at the high school level, it's not starting there. It's definitely something that has come about over time. I'm going to connect this agenda item with the deep equity. I have a sense of urgency about this data. And I know the principals share that same sense of urgency. And so I hope that as we provide the information that you need to make a decision in March, that we are able to move forward. You know, there's a, I can't remember who the quote is, but once you know better, you do better. And I think we all want to do better. We have to learn some things. And part of that's going to be our internal resources and part of that's going to be our external resources. And as a district, I think we're very committed to that. But I'm very excited for the high schools and the middle schools and the elementary to have the opportunity. People want all kids to succeed. And I'm very, and I believe all kids can succeed, you know, that race shouldn't predict any of the scores that we're seeing, or it shouldn't predict who is in a certain class or not in a certain class. And I think that belief is obviously shared by all of you on the board. And I look forward to giving teachers more tools in their tool belt to be able to close the gaps that we're seeing.
Thank you, Dr. Herman. I also want to say that the psychologists and EL group of instructors reached out to the board, encouraging us for an equity program. You know, as for the need of it. So those are, you know, they work with our student groups that we're talking about that are suffering. I don't want to say suffering, but are reflective of problems with academics and that have a sense of urgency. To your point, I don't know. That's it.
All right, well, I think then we can move on. We are up to item E.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I'm looking at clocks here. We're up to item E, which is renewals. Oh, I'm sorry. Item D. I'm sorry. Curriculum assessment instruction. See, this is how quickly I want to get through it here. It's not working.
And while we're getting, go right ahead.
My apologies.
Good evening. I am Christine Warren, the Director of Curriculum, here to share the curriculum assessment and instruction development process. Before I begin the presentation, I'd like to thank the members of L&T and our current TOSAs for their time, input, and collaboration in bringing this vision to fruition. This presentation crosses several board policies: curriculum development and content, student social emotional development, and instructional materials selection and adoption. In addition, this presentation is aligned to Strategic Commitment 1 and the School Board Commitment, where both highlight the importance of providing learning opportunities that are responsive to our students for success within D303 and beyond. The document is organized in several different sections that are outlined on the screen in front of you. The bolded sections are the ones I will be highlighting this evening. The curriculum development process is led by a team of teachers, specialists, district and building administration that is facilitated by a member of the Learning and Teaching Department. The team is called the Curriculum Assessment and Instruction Team. The CAI's primary focus is to ensure a competency-based curriculum that is rigorous, relevant, and aligned to standards that prepare students for post-secondary success. These CAIs articulate the curriculum content district-wide. The 4 pillars of innovative learning within our strategic commitments are personalized learning, authentic learning, responsive teaching, and competency-based strategies. District 303 will be integrating 3 frameworks to support the CAI process: competency-based education, understanding by design, and the universal design for learning. Integrating these frameworks will foster and ultimately craft powerful curriculum to ensure academic success for all learners. They are both compatible and complementary that stem from current best understandings of teaching and learning. With traditional curriculum development and implementation, the written curriculum is fixed and drives the learning. However, with a competency-based education framework, learning is supported by a flexible curriculum. While competency-based curricula are standards aligned, the framework allows for the building of student agency and personalization of learning. Understanding by Design, also called UBD, is a framework for improving student achievement. Emphasizing the teacher's critical role as a designer of student learning, UBD works with a standards-driven curriculum to help teachers clarify learning goals, devise revealing assessments of student understanding, and craft effective and engaging learning activities. In the curriculum design process, the Universal Design for Learning, also called UDL, guidelines will be used to support the units of instruction to improve and optimize teaching and learning for all students across all disciplines. According to CAST, Universal Design for Learning is a framework to improve and optimize teaching and learning for all people based on scientific insights into how humans learn. The 3 guidelines are engagement, which is the why of learning, representation, which is the what of learning, and action and expression, which is the how of learning. By integrating UBD and UDL, students will be able to access and participate in meaningful, challenging learning opportunities based on scientific insights into how humans learn. The frameworks of competency-based education, understanding by design, and universal design for learning will not only support the curriculum, assessment, and instruction design and development process. These foundational frameworks will help ensure equity and access to curriculum, instruction, and programs for all ages, grade levels, courses, and programs. These frameworks weave the why, what, and how of instructional design, develop innovative learning experiences that build student agency while building students' competency with both academic and personal success or employability skills. As part of the curriculum development process, the CAI will be developing common assessments aligned to competencies. The data collected will be shared with building leadership teams and used by PLCs to drive instructional planning. Moreover, this will inform CAIs to make curricular, instructional, and/or assessment changes. The CAI teams will be developing common assessments to be used district-wide. A common assessment is a uniform tool developed and administered in a given time frame by all teachers in a grade level or course. The working definitions for formative, summative, and performance tasks are displayed on your screen. District 303 is on a 6-year curriculum cycle. CAIs will meet minimum monthly in years 1 through 3, and during years 4 through 6 will continue to monitor implementation and refine, redesign, or realign as needed. It is important to note that the curriculum development process is inclusive, meaning it includes all students pre-K to 12+, bilingual, special education, academically talented, advanced placement, and interventions. The bolded cells in the table indicate the years the CAIs will be actively meeting. In addition to the cycle, the products that will be completed are outlined in the following pages of the CAI process. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, anyone? McCabe?
Thank you for being here so late. Do you think our ELA curriculum with what we saw here in the data at the high school level, do we need to take another look at it since we have a new process coming in? Is that something you have thought about?
I think this is on. We currently have a high school ELA CDT going right now. The new name for CDT we will be calling CAI just because it's more encompassing of the work that team does. They are field testing the freshmen, and they are currently meeting with the sophomores, and will begin the junior and senior English next year. So we're kind of in an overlap year next year where we have to wrap up certain grade levels and courses, like our world languages has some, the levels 3, 4s, and 5s that need to complete. And then we're going to start that pre-K to 12 plus process at the same time. So you see a slight overlap. Some content areas will have a shorter time before they begin that process again, and some might have a little bit of an extended period. But high school ELA is one that is going through the old process right now, but we'll begin the next process in a few years.
I want to ask a question about math. Should it not be that this year is year 1 or year 2, actually last year, and 3? So I'm a little confused about math. Or is this not high school math?
Are you referring to the curriculum cycle, Ms. Barker?
Yes, sorry.
So that curriculum cycle is actually a new cycle. It's different than what was presented to the board, I want to say a couple summers ago. So this is really looking at encompassing that pre-K 12 plus so that we have that articulation across grade levels. So that's that part where I'm talking about we're going to have an overlap of the old cycle and then merging into the new cycle. So our high school will continue through the process of the high school math, but then we'll begin that process again in the CII process that starts with the pre-K 12 plus.
So I just want to make sure I understand what is reflected here is actually just the CII process. It's not, I'm not getting an overlap view. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I certainly can provide that for you of what courses
good.
need to be done, but we're trying to steer away from courses and really looking at content as a whole across our system. Using math, for example, we adopted Eureka, and then we did open up an illustrative math at the middle school level, and now we're doing high school. And that articulation just isn't as authentic and natural as it could be if we were all together going through the process at the same time.
I agree. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. All right, then now we can move to item E, renewals.
So that's me again. So these are just our yearly renewals that we're bringing back. So we have our Zehner Bloser, which is our handwriting, our Eureka, and Open Up Illustrative Math, the workbooks for our students. Those are for our K-8 math. And then instructional technology is the Nearpod, Newzella, Zern, and Desmos. So these are just our annual renewal costs.
I'm going to guess no one has any questions on those because they're standard.
I have
Okay.
a question though. Is there a point where you look at some of those things that, you might be doing some of the same things? I know we've done some purchases, and I know one system does the same thing as another system, just a little different. So, or maybe a different group is using it. I'm just wondering if that's part of that process.
In terms of the renewal?
Yeah, like for some of the things, like for example, you have, well, this one is an example that's not necessarily curriculum related. It was like Screencastify, and you have, and now I'm completely forgetting what I'm talking about. Zoom. They have the ability to do the same thing as far as recording does. So that's just an example. But as you look at some of these items, we've been collecting a lot of like online, support for students or support for teachers. So I'm wondering if that's part of the process to look at those things that are supporting different groups and maybe streamlining that.
So we're having a lot of conversations at the L&T level. Sarah Can, who unfortunately is not here, but she and I have had many conversations about the instructional tech pieces and how it supports and what the overlap is. So just to give you one example, do we need iReady and Happy Numbers? Or are they serving the same purpose? And so we are having those conversations. They're just not reflected. These are things that are not overlapping that are a need for next year.
Okay, thanks.
All right. That is the last of our items for discussion. That's it. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, that will go on the consent agenda unless anybody has anything different. Okay.
Thank you.
And our future agenda items, do we have anything on the docket right now?
Yes, and I forgot to print that out, so for March. Yes. I know in April, so obviously we had a very full agenda tonight. I know that we will be bringing both the phonics recommendation for resources for K2 in April, and we'll also be bringing the high school mathematics, the additional courses. We implemented algebra this year, and we'll be making any suggested additions for geometry and algebra 2 in terms of the honors curriculum.
I think one of the things we talked about too was a progress report, if you will, to the board related to the Ds and Fs, and then also how the seniors were looking toward graduation.
And also middle schools too. Yes, and I think that request was made, and now that we're in 5 weeks or so of the semester, we should have enough assessments in the grade book to give you more clear data. So we will make that at the March meeting.
Okay. All right. And we have no citizen comments because we've addressed those already. So at 9:02, we can adjourn this meeting. However, so I think we'll take, what's it? Yeah. Yeah. That will be up to you to start that one. So I think we got to do open. Yeah, and I think once we go to open, we can take a few minutes maybe to. Or once we go to close. Yeah. Okay. I was going to say we can probably have a quorum, so we can go ahead and then she can add. Everyone ready? I am.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our special Board of Education meeting on February 16th. It is 9:03 p.m. And will you call roll?
Mrs. Barker?
Here.
Mrs. Fairgrave?
Here.
Mrs. McCabe?
Here.
Mr. McNally?
Here.
Ms. Weibel? Mr. Mannheim?
Here. All right, thank you. Will you all please rise for the pledge? All right, there are no citizens' comments. Takes us to our item 3, which is our for information. That is just the board vacancy, all the candidates and the questions and kind of the timeline. That's all made for public record and everything. So anyone that wishes to view those can. So that's our form of information. And then that takes us to number 4. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session by a roll call vote for the purposes of 1, litigation, when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded into the minutes of the closed meeting. Number 2, the selection of a person to fill a public office as defined in the Open Meetings Act, including a vacancy in a public office when the public body is given power to appoint under law or ordinance, or the discipline, performance, or removal of the occupant of a public office, when the public body is given power to remove the occupant under law or ordinance.
So moved.
Mrs. McCabe.
Second.
Mr. McNally. We take roll.
Mrs. Fairgrave?
Here.
Mrs.
Yes.
McCabe? Mr. McNally?
Yes.
Ms. Weibel?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
Mr. Mannheim?
Yes. Thank you. It is 9:06, and we'll take a 5-minute break and then meet in the music room.